Cody? Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the March 2nd, 2021 West Grey Council meeting. I'm Christine Robinson, and we have all members of council present for this meeting, with exception to Councillor Hergert, who is on a leave for 4 months. That is the call to order. I do want to say that we have quorum for this meeting. We are recording this meeting, and it will appear on our West Grey website, which is www.westgrey.com. Before we go any further, I would ask Supervisor Hewlett to go over some of the features for this meeting today. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Mayor Robinson. Before I begin, if you get disconnected at any time, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID 831-6959-0883. Both members, staff, and council have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be raising their hand on camera to speak. For members of the public, if you require any technical assistance throughout the meeting, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor. During comment and question period, our procedures for that have changed slightly, and I will outline those later in the meeting at the time of question and comment period. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Hewlett. We're on item number 2, which is a moment of reflection. So if you so wish, would you take a quiet moment? Thank you. We are on item number 3, which is declaration of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Members of council, is there anything to declare at this time? Seeing none. Thank you. Now, just before we go to item number 4, I'd like to just ask council's consideration. We do have on item number 8, and I am, by the way, working off our revised agenda, so I hope you're all using that revised agenda as well. So after the delegations, of which we have 2, there is a closed session period on item number 5. In item number 8, it is a comment period. Would council be interested in moving up the comment period before the closed session? And I am aware that there is a written submission on the closed session, and it does relate to the delegation. So I just want to give you that information. If you do want to move the comment period following the delegations, which is item number 4, and ahead of item number 5, I'd be looking for a motion, and then I'd call the vote on that. If you're inclined, if not, we'll follow the process. Councillor Townsend?
Yes, Councillor Townsend, I would move that we move comment period number 8 ahead of point 5, which is the closed session.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. A seconder for that motion? Councillor Hutchinson, you're second?
Yes, Councillor Hutchinson, I second the motion.
All those in favor then, if you could raise your hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. That motion carries. Thank you very much for that. We're now moving on to item number 4. We are on delegation/presentations. We're just a little off from our time, but we will have that adjusted. 4.1 is Alex Cook, West Grey resident, road allowance access. I just want to mention for all of our delegations, which we have one after, that we're looking forward to both of your delegations. I know that you are aware, so it's just a reminder that you have 10 minutes for your presentation. And should members of council have questions, they will be directly related to clarity, looking for clarification on your specific delegation. Okay, I do see that Alex Cook is present, and I would say welcome, Mr. Cook. And this is dealing again under item 4.1, Alex Cook, West Grey resident, road allowance access. Good morning, and please start your delegation.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Very well.
Yeah. So I've been a resident for 11 years now, living in the same address on South Line Road, and for the past, I don't know, 10 and a half years, I was always under the assumption that gated area was private property. And then we started looking around on some of the online GPSing or online GPS and mapping, and we see that it's a public road allowance. So for the last like 6 months, we've been using it to access the conservation lands, which it leads directly to. But there's been deterrents put in place, like such as a lock. This gate is completely impassable. You can't get around it, over it, without trespassing anyways. So I'm looking to have the hazards removed along with the gate, so my family and I can safely access back there.
Well, thank you very much, Alex. Would that complete your presentation?
Yeah, I had sent an email out with the pictures of all the deterrents, and I uploaded videos to YouTube. I'm not sure if anyone had a chance to review those, but.
Well, Mr. Cook, I can tell you that the information you provided to our clerk is contained in the agenda. So our members of council have that, and it's also published on our website. Certainly, please don't feel obligated to take the full time. That is certainly not a requirement. So I appreciate what you have provided. I don't see any clarification questions at this point. What I'm going to suggest, thanks for bringing this to our attention, Mr. Cook. I think this is something that staff, it's operational. I think staff need to address this and come back to council if there's a requirement that there needs to be a decision of council. But Madam CAO, would that be most appropriate for between you and Director Sherwinski to address?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, and I see the director is on the call, so we are available for sure.
Okay, so Mr. Cook, that's one of the approaches that we will be taking, is having staff address this matter. And we'll be having, if this matter requires council's consideration, it will be brought forward and you will be notified so that you can address it further with us. If it can be addressed at the staff level, that will also be entertained as well. Now, I do see that Councillor Townsend, you have your hand up. Is it a clarification to the presentation?
Yes, it was. I thought I had read that Mr. Cook had actually contacted staff, so I wonder if you could clarify that, please.
Yeah, I've been back and forth with the staff about this for months, and it's been to no avail at all. They've recommended that I just climb over the gate or bypass the hazards to access back there. So that's how it's made it to this point. Like, this is the last step. Like,
so we're asking for a staff report to address this. Councillor Townsend, anything further on the clarification?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. All right, so we will expect a staff report back if it cannot be addressed through staff. And we have our CAO and our Director of Infrastructure and Public Works on that. Mr. Cook, thank you for bringing this to our attention. We very much appreciate it. And we appreciate receiving the information that you've provided to us. And that does include the photos.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have another scheduled delegation, but it is not till 9:20, and that is with Genevieve Scott. I do see that Genevieve Scott is here. Now we're just, you know, of 8 minutes out. I'm going to ask Clerk Scharbeck, could we start this delegation, or do we need to wait until the exact prescribed time?
Thank you, through you, Worship. For sure, if Ms. Scott is ready to proceed, then there's no reason not to. Supervisor Hewlett may need a moment just to bring that presentation up on his screen.
Okay, so with that, Genevieve Scott, good morning. I just want to ensure that you are present to, virtually present, that is, to start your presentation a little ahead of time. Would that be suitable for you?
That's perfectly fine. Thank you, Your Worship. Yes.
Oh, thank you for being accommodating as well. Supervisor Hewlett, are you, where are you at with the presentation? Wonderful. Okay, I think we're good to go. Everybody is on the same page, as it were. So I would like to introduce 4.2. Genevieve Scott, Request of Planning Consultants, Inc., proposed consent and access via concession to road allowance. So good morning, and please start your presentation, Genevieve Scott.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Your Worship and Council, as well as members of staff. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today, and just wanted to check if everyone can hear me. Oh, all right, too loud, too soft, or?
I think you're good to go. Everything is just
Perfect.
fine. Thanks for the check-in.
Okay. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Genevieve Scott, and I work for Cuesta Planning Consultants. And we were retained by Ms. Maria Michalchuk, who is the owner of the lands, which are known as 313807 Highway 6, just outside of Durham. And she requested our assistance to help her in obtaining approval for consent for residential purposes on these lands. And if Cody would be kind enough to just scroll down to, I have 2 site plans that might be helpful for everyone to take a look at. So these are 2 options that we're considering for the site. This being the first one, the second one being a little bit smaller in size. And so under the rural designation consent policies, the parcel is eligible for 1 additional consent, provided it can meet all the other development policy and criteria. And the one issue that we would need to resolve before proceeding with an application would be confirming access to the new parcel, which is the main purpose for us speaking today. So just to give council and staff some background, we had initially reached out to staff of the MTO in the summer of 2020 to see whether or not they would be amenable to a new access at this site from Highway 6. And they indicated at that point in time that they would not support a new access, nor would they support a mutual access. We had discussed that option with them as well. Ms. Michalchuk does have a house on what would be the retained parcel, and so we thought there might be an opportunity to have a shared access, but MTO was not particularly supportive of any type of new or modified access onto their highway. So we did circulate these 2 plans to MTO staff, and they did indicate in writing later in October of last year that if we did receive approval for a consent, it would need to be accessed via the concession road allowance, and they would require a reserve on the highway frontage in order to be very certain that no access would be provided to that site from the highway. So it appears that MTO doesn't really have a concern with the consent, but would want it to be accessed via that concession too. So if we could just zoom in a titch to that access point, Cody, that would be great. Hopefully the resolution stays okay, decent enough. So if you look, there are some of this road allowance has already been opened, and there's a few accesses off it already. The closest one to the one that we're proposing is actually for a Bell communications tower on that small lot off the subject property. So we would require a small portion to be upgraded to satisfactory standard to the municipality, and it would be about, I would say, 30 meters that we would need to upgrade and open up. So the first step would be for us to receive permission in principle from council that they would be amenable to the idea of upgrading and using a portion of this road allowance. And then if we do receive that, then we would apply for the consent, and as a condition of consent, we would enter into a limited servicing agreement with the municipality, and that would identify what standard the road would be built to, and what services, if any, the municipality would provide. And I'm not sure if there's any existing agreements in place for the other accesses on this road allowance or not. We understand that this is a little bit unusual. We did discuss this option with West Grey planning staff, and so we're hoping that, in consideration of the fact that this portion of the road is already being used by some existing lots, and that the portion that we do require is pretty minor in detail. It's just 25 to 30, maybe a little bit more than that, meters that we would need to use. We're hoping that council would consider our request positively. And if they do consider this favorably, we would request a resolution of support to use a portion of this concession for access purposes. Of course, in principle, and it would be, the consent would be subject to any other Planning Act requirements as well. So thank you very much. And if there are any questions of clarification, I'd be happy to address them.
Wonderful, and thank you very much for your presentation, Genevieve Scott. It's great that you came before council. This this whole application is before our planner, and I know that you've been in discussions with our planner, which is Laura Lee Spencer. So we do appreciate that you came before council to give the this information, and we thank you for it. We'll look forward to seeing the staff reports and the additional application, or the addition of the application for our consideration, certainly at consent, and any other process, any other part in the planning process that that needs to take place as per the Planning Act. So thanks for coming before us. Questions of clarity. I do see Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, Councillor Hutchinson here. Just a couple of points. First of all, this road, it looks like it's plowed. So I guess my question is to the director: are we maintaining that road now at its present condition? It looks like it's been plowed. Is that us, or is that private people plowing that?
So, Councillor, I do know that the clarifications are specifically for the presenter, and when the matter comes before council for consideration, that's when we'll be addressing the matter. That's it's just the presenter is drawing our attention to the information, and then
Okay,
we will have...
then I'll ask them a question then.
Certainly, thank you.
So according to what I can see, it looks like there's probably, you said about 20 or 30 meters on your diagram here. There's about 20 or 30 meters of actually treed area on the road allowance that would have to be cleared, right? Because that road doesn't look like it goes far enough back at its present condition to allow this entrance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're looking for the municipality to clear that and maintain it, or is your client willing to do that?
My client would be responsible for bringing the road up to a municipal standard that West Grey would be satisfied with. So my client would be responsible for clearing and bringing the road up to her access point. In terms of maintenance, that's a good question. That would be something that we would have to look into, what's going on that road currently, which I'm not too sure whether or not it's privately maintained or whether the municipality is maintaining it. I should look into that. It's a good question.
Yeah. So that's a situation that we need to be careful with, is when we start to reopen unopened road allowances to we set a bit of a precedent, and we've had situations before. So that's something that obviously the staff will bring forward, I guess, in the future, and and we'll have to discuss that. Thank you.
Certainly, thank you.
Very good. Anything further? All right. Genevieve, Scott, thank you again for your presentation, and I know we'll see you around again. So with that, I would say that we are now on item number 8, which is a comment period. So Supervisor Hewlett, could you please advise citizens on how they could participate in comment period? And I do know that there was at least one submission that you could read to council.
Yes, absolutely, and thank you, Mayor Robinson. Members of the public wishing to participate in comment period who are on Zoom currently, if you have joined us over the phone, you can press *9, which will raise your hand, and we can unmute you at the mayor's request. Alternatively, if you have joined us using the online meeting software, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor, just stating that you would like to speak. With that being said, Mayor Robinson, I know Clerk Scharbeck will be reading the written documents.
Well, very good. Good morning, Clerk Scharbeck, and could you please read the written submission? Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council, and through you, Your Worship. We did receive a comment by email from Mr. Actually from both Guy and Leonard Coulis, the property owners abutting the road allowance between lots 50, 51, and 52 at the junction of Side Road 50 and South Line. So regarding the delegation that spoke about the gate on the road allowance. So Guy and Leonard Coulis are the owners of that property, and they would like council to know that there are 50 acres of private property to the west of this road allowance and 100 acres to the east. 149 acres of this private property is managed forest, according to the Ministry of Natural Resources. Mr. Coulis goes into providing a history, and just briefly, I'll summarize. Approximately 1971, the entrance to this road allowance was open. At that time, the road allowance was being misused by certain members of the public to hold nighttime parties and large bonfires, which posed danger of starting forest fires. Property to the east of the road allowance was being vandalized and was subject to property damage and theft of tools and belongings, not to mention noise disturbances. There were a number of police calls, and it was noted that actually a Glenelg council member suggested, and council of the day approved putting a gate on that road allowance. It was not open. So he wants to note that the road allowance is only clear for about 300 feet. The remainder is overgrown with brush and trees, and swampland is largely inaccessible and hazardous to traverse. It does not lead to Moss Lake itself, but passes to the west of it over areas of conservation lands. The access to Moss Lake itself via the road allowance approaching from the south, one must trespass over private property to the east of the road allowance. He notes that their family has owned this property for over 50 years and have chosen to make it a managed forest in agreement with the Ministry of Natural Resources. He notes that there are no booby traps near the gate. There is barbed wire, which is common in the area. The wire is primarily there to attach the gate to the old wire fence installed by the township in 1970s. He notes there are no boards with nails sticking up. If the gate and the log were not in place, drivers who mistake this as a continuation of the regular road would drive into dense forest and uneven road at high speed. They note that they are very welcoming to people walking on their land, to go for a hike or walk their dog. They just need to touch base and communicate with them and ask permission. And basically they sum up asking that council consider their points and consider continuing the agreement that was made in good faith with the landowner, the police, and the municipality regarding the presence of the gate, which has contributed to a safe environment for our community for the last 50 years. So that is the comments, the only comments that I have received.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that, Clerk Sharbeck. And I do know that our Director of Infrastructure and Public Works was taking some notes, but I do know that you will provide him with the written submission. So that could also be factored into his report along with the delegation that we heard this morning. So thank you for summarizing that. You have no further written submissions. Thank you. Supervisor Hewlett, do you have any written submissions, or is there anyone online that wishes to speak during comment period?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. At this time, I have not received any other written submissions, nor am I seeing any members of the public wishing to speak at this time.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, that will conclude a comment period for this particular meeting. Before we go on to item number 5, I do see Councillor Townsend hand is raised.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to provide some clarification to the public. Is there any idea when the reports on both delegations will come back to council for consideration so that they understand how long or when it will actually be coming forward?
Okay. Director Shawinski, do you have a time frame now, recognizing that we do have the 1 week where the agenda is published? So do you have a time frame of which this report will be coming forward?
Your worship, I'm just trying to review that online as we speak right now. I'm thinking that the second meeting in April, I could bring it if that is acceptable to council.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. All right.
That would be, sorry, your worship, specifically, that would be the April 20th council meeting.
All right. All right, appreciate that. Anything further, Councillor Townsend? Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson. I just wondered if, I just looked to see if Mr. Cook is still on the line. I didn't see his name, but I just wondered if we could reach out to him and just to clarify that we're looking at it, and we did have a response from the local landlords. I know there's been some concern and issue with trespass, and part of that has to do with people not knowing the boundaries of the area. So I would just like for us to reach out to him to say we're looking at it. We have some information. Right now, we sort of suggest status quo until we get it resolved, I think, so that we don't have more issues with people going in there and not knowing where they're going and whose property is which and which is conservation area, because there is a mix there. So I wouldn't mind that, just so that they know, because I don't know whether he knows that we received any correspondence or what we're doing with that. So if we could do that, thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. And I do see indication through our clerk, so appreciate that comment. Okay. We are now on item number 5. This is the closed session. So I'd ask Clerk Sharbeck to read the recommendation, please.
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that council hereby proceeds into a closed session with the CAO deputy clerk and the director of administration clerk at, what time is it?
9:32.
9:32 a.m. for the purpose of discussing personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality and local board or local board.
Thank you. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving the motion?
Yes, I move. Thank you.
And a seconder? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, you are seconding the motion?
Yes, Mayor Robinson, this is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will second. Thank you.
Are there any questions with regard to the reason we're going in camera on this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. We will now go in camera, and when we return, for all those listening in, we will return and we will be dealing with item number 6 and moving the agenda forward at that time. So we're now going into the closed session. Hello, I'm just confirming that we have all members of council back. I am just waiting on a couple members of council to return to the open session. I do see that we have our CAO. Clerk Sharbeck, are you also available? Yes. I see all members of council and staff present. So we are on, at this point, item number 6, which is matters arising from the closed session. And I would like to report out that in closed session, we address matters pertaining to personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employees, and a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or a local board. Council gave a direction to staff, and there is no further information. Okay, members of council, I think we're all wanting to have a break at this point. So I'm going to suggest a 10-minute break. So if we come back at 10:25 and we'll reconvene our meeting. All right, please mute your mic and turn off your audio. Hello, everyone. It is 10:26. I would like to call this meeting back to order. I just want to confirm that we have our members of council present. I do see, with respect to staff, Madam CAO, Madam Clerk, and there are a number of other staff that are listed here on my screen. All right. I'm looking for Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and Councillor Hutchinson. Are you present at our meeting at this point? Clerk Sharbeck or Supervisor Hewlett, are you able to identify, do we have Councillor Hutchinson and Deputy Mayor Hutchinson available, or is there an indication that they are having some difficulty? As soon as I pose the question, I do see Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. Supervisor Hewlett, any indication with respect to Councillor Hutchinson?
If I may, Mayor Robinson, from what I can see on my end, it appears as though they're logged in. However, I feel as though Councillor Hutchinson has not returned from the break yet.
Thank you. Clerk Sharbeck, we have quorum. And thank you for that. So I'm going to suggest that we begin and that Councillor Hutchinson can join us when he is available, because it is 10:28 and we do respect time, and I know he will come forward. Not a problem with that. So I'm calling the meeting back to order. We now are dealing with item 7, public meetings. That is an NA. We have already addressed item 8. We are now on item number 9, adoption of minutes. 9.1 is the February 16th, 2021 special council meeting. 9.2 is the February 16, 2021 council meeting. And 9.3 is the February 16th, 2021 appeal committee / hearing committee. Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the recommendation at hand? And I do note that Councillor Hutchinson has arrived.
For your worship, the recommendation is that council hereby adopts the minutes of the special council meeting, the regular council meeting, and the appeal committee meeting of February 16th, 2021, as circulated.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving the motion?
I move.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding the motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, Councilor Hutchinson, I just have a question on page 41. I think it's the February 16th council meeting regarding the resolutions, 18.5, and then I think it's 18.6. So I'm just curious, the way I read it, I'm not sure the difference between the resolutions. If someone could clarify that for me. They seem very similar. I'm not sure what the difference is, and maybe I'm just missing it.
Well, no, that's fine. You have a question. Could you just tell me which, tell all of us, which minutes you're referring to?
I think it's page 41 on our agenda, so it's the, just have to find it here. I think it's the February 16th council. Let me just check, go back up here. Yeah, council meeting, February 16th, the evening meeting. So on page 41, 18.5, resolution, notice of motion, remote participation for members of council. I just wasn't sure what the difference was between 18, the resolution 117 and resolution 118. They seem very similar, but there's something in there that I'm missing.
Clerk Schaumbach, would you be able to address the minutes question?
Sure. The motion 117, 2021 amends the main motion. So the main motion prior to this amendment didn't read quite like this. So this is the amendment. And then we went back to vote on the main motion, which now has that full amendment incorporated right into it. So it does read very similar wording. One is to amend and add the wording. And then we had to go back and vote on that main motion, which was 118.
Okay, so there's, yeah, I see that amended by adding. Okay, so it's just an amendment. I just wonder.
Yeah, just really the technicality of getting that amendment in there.
Okay, thank you. I'm fine then.
Oh, very good. Councillor Townsend, you had your hand up.
Yes, I did. I was going to raise the same point. If you recall, Councillor Hamilton proposed that and I seconded that, but I had asked Councillor Hamilton to revise it so that it wasn't all council would safely attend. It was should a councillor not feel safe to attend, meaning we weren't driving everybody into based on one person saying, I don't feel comfortable. And my recollection is that Councillor Hamilton agreed to that, but I will defer to her to comment as well. But that's what I was expecting to see. It wasn't all had to be comfortable. It was the matter of until, or like if a person didn't feel comfortable, they wouldn't attend in person, but they would electronically.
Okay. So is there anything further, Councillor Hamilton, that you wish to say, or are you fine with the motion at hand, the minutes?
Yeah, I think the minutes capture the motion as I recollect, and Councillor Townsend's interpretation, I think, still works with what I see here in the wording. So I'm okay with the minutes. Thank you.
Yep, very good. Okay, anything further, members of council? Then I will call the question. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. We are now moving on to item 10, which is committee and local board minutes and reports. The first one is item 10.1, which is the West Grey Public Library minutes of January 13th, January 13th, January 20th, and January 26th, 2021. So I first want to address something within those minutes, and I will take the time now. So this is with regards to the West Grey Public Library Board minutes of January 13, 2021. And it is in regards to item number 8, other business. So there are 2 incorrect statements, and I will tell you what they are, and then I'll move forward. Mayor did not want to discuss budget. Malcolm updated the mayor on the board's motion to close the Elmwood Resource Center. So those 2 are incorrect statements. I've spoken with our 2 West Grey Library Board council representatives, Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Townsend. In addition, I have spoken with the chair, which is Malcolm Badeau. So Malcolm has agreed that the statements are not accurate. The first one with regard to the budget, Chair Badeau asked if I would review the West Grey Library's budget with him. And I had said my preference is that we not discuss the proposed West Grey Library budget in advance of the presentation that will be taking place during our full council budget deliberation. All of council should hear the budget presentation at the same time. And with that, he was absolutely fine. and we did not discuss the budget. So there's a better way of recording that in the minutes that is most accurate and positive to that effect, as well as Oni agreed to that, as well as the chair did not update me on the motion with regard to the Elmwood Resource Center. In fact, the chair advised that invitations will be circulated with regard to a public meeting regarding the Elmwood Resource Center. So in speaking to the chair, he let me know, he acknowledged that these were not correct statements, and that he would be discussing this or advising the West Grey Public Library Board at their next meeting, which I was most appreciative of. And I thanked him for that. But I wanted to draw the attention to that here. That is enough said about what I needed to address. Is there anything further with regard to the West Grey Library Board minutes at this time? Seeing none. Now we're dealing with 10.2. This is the West Grey Traffic Safety Working Group, February 17, 2021. That is in regards to a recommendation you'll see on your agenda. Clerk Sharbeck, could you read the recommendation, please?
Through your worship, included in the West Grey Traffic Safety Working Group minutes is a recommendation to council. It was requested by the chair of the committee that this be brought forward on the agenda for council's consideration. The recommendation is that council supports the resolution wherein the West Grey Traffic Safety Working Group recommends that council authorize staff to initiate a study to run a pilot project for speed cushions or similar traffic control measures on Sadler Street East in the town of Durham to address speeding concerns.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'll move that motion.
Thank you. Councillor Shea, I did see your hand up. Are you the seconder?
Yes, I'd like to second that. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Townsend.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Townsend. I just wanted to comment that at our traffic safety working group, the discussions with the director went down the path of a series of options. Sadler Street is a major concern because of the long-term care home, and the school is in that area. And speed alone, just changing the speed limit may or may not do the trick in total. And since we have other technology that has been identified to check out, the director had offered to do that work, although he needed direction from council, which is why we came here. So we are doing it in cooperation with the council, with staff. And so I hope everybody will support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, members of council? Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, and I appreciate the committee bringing this forward, and I'd like to support it. So just a question to staff, is there a budget implication, or perhaps you need some more time to assess the budget impacts, and would that be incorporated into 2021 budget? Thank you.
Director Sherinsky, please.
Yes, through your worship. Essentially, to move forward with respect to this, I would recommend to council that I would, if council chooses to move forward with this study, that I would bring a report back to council and essentially outline what the likely costs associated with such a study would be, and what perhaps the scope of that study would look like and so forth, just so that council's aware. This is not something that, I just want to be clear on this, that that's not something, this undertaking isn't something that I personally would do or my staff have the what's the word, the capacity to do in during our days. So this is definitely something that would likely be consulted, where a consultant would be needed. So if that is acceptable to council, then I could come back with a report to outline as such.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, further?
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense as a next step, that we would be directing staff to come back with a report, much like our Public Works Director has said. So so just for clarity, does the recommendation that we're supporting, do we need an amendment that would include this next step of a report, or is there clarity in the recommendation as it stands? So just a question to staff. Thank you.
So from my perspective, I think the next step could be included, but let me see. Director Sharinsky, would you like that? Oh, Clerk Sharbeck, I'm sensing that you want to say something first.
Through
Go
you.
ahead.
The recommendation from the committee is, I think, pretty clear, the committee's request of council to support this. And I think authorizing staff to initiate a study incorporates the idea that there's going to be reporting back, there's going to be investigation into costs and next steps in how to proceed with the information found. So I think it's understood.
Certainly. And I think that's fine if council's comfortable with that. If you did want to include the next step of the report, that would be fine also. But we very, very much appreciate Clerk Sharbeck's interpretation on that. So it's we do have a motion before us. Anything further then from members of council? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I just, excuse me, just wanted to share with everyone that the business arising portion of this report, that was actually brought, we actually had a presentation at County Council on February the 11th. So that's where that information, so if anybody would like that circulated, we can pull that information up from county to circulate as well through staff.
That's a great idea. Thank you. I'm not seeing any further inquiries. So on the motion at hand, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. That motion is carried. And again, I'd like to thank the West Grey Traffic Safety Working Group for your hard work and your diligence on this the scope of your terms of reference. So on 10.3, it's other updates. This is the point in time that if members of council, you have any updates with regard to your boards or committees that you would wish to make. So I'm just looking here from members of council. All right, well, I have 2. Oh, you go ahead, Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just to share that Elmwood Chamber of Commerce is having a wing night on Friday, March 12th, beginning at 5 o'clock. And that would be at the Elmwood Community Center. Thank you.
Thank you for that update. Councillor Townsend.
Yes, my first comment would be to Councillor Hamilton and say, when I read that last time, it was a takeout. Is that still a takeout only event? Just to clarify.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. I'm not involved in the event, but that's my understanding as well, is that it's takeout. It's all very COVID friendly that way. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My own comment was I wanted to share with the rest of council and the public that we are having the discussion with Hanover on their growth plan, and there is a meeting on the 4th, which is Thursday, I believe, if my date's right. And I think we're very prepared for that and looking forward to that discussion with Hanover. So thank you.
Thank you both for the updates. Councillor Shea.
I'll just briefly report that both Councillor Hamilton and I concluded the FCM workshop series for elected leaders on climate change and sustainability. The final session was hosted by David Miller, former Toronto Mayor, which was very informative. We all got a free copy of his latest book. I'd be happy to leave it in the office for anybody who wants to take a look at that. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the offer, and certainly I would be most interested, but that's after you have read it. Thank you for that. I'm looking again. All right, I'll just mention to to members of council and those listening in, that at Grey County Committee of the Whole, it was advised by the communications director, Rob Hatton, that Grey County's been approached to have the council meetings and the Committee of the Whole meetings televised on television. So just watch for that. It'll be live streamed, and also it will be recorded so that you can, at your leisure, look back on the meeting. So more to come on that. I just wanted to update. And certainly with regard to the Conservation Authority Board, as well as the Water Resource Committee, I just have a bit of an update at this point with regard to the upper dam gates. So I have my note here. The walkway gates at the Durham Upper Dam have been closed permanently since the end of last camping season, which was October 31st, 2020, originally to prevent theft and vandalism at the Durham Conservation Area, but also for health and safety reasons. Several messages were received in January 2021 by both the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority and the Municipality of West Grey, requesting that access to the Durham Conservation Area through the pedestrian walkway be opened. In this correspondence, the main concern communicated by the public is the inconvenience and safety of accessing the Durham Conservation Area from other locations. Dam owners are responsible for the safe operation and maintenance of their dams. And as the owner and operator of the Durham Upper Dam, the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority has chosen to carry out a public safety assessment at the dam to ensure that the appropriate safety measures are in place to address potential exposure to hazards created by the dam and its operation. So a qualified professional is being retained by the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority to complete the public safety assessment, and it is intended that this exercise be completed as soon as possible. Signage has been put in place at the pedestrian walkway indicating that there is no trespassing, and there has been a communication plan in place so that communication has gone out not only to the municipality, but the individuals that have provided emails or other correspondence, and signage will also be posted. So that's where we're at right now. That's where the Conservation Authority is at right now. I will provide further updates as they come forward. And that is the information that I have. I'm not seeing any other updates from members of council on their respective committees or boards. All right, now I do. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just to follow up with the SVCA, I just want everybody to know that there was a conflict of schedule, so we were scheduled to have a meeting regarding this tomorrow, and it has been postponed, and I'm not sure we'll I think the following week, but we're waiting for sorry for the echo. We're waiting for the request for attending, so it is postponed. So we were hoping to dig into this tomorrow, but it's not going to happen. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that. Councillor Shea.
Yes, thank you for the update on the dam situation. I just had a quick question for you, or perhaps Deputy Mayor. The lower dam in Durham, who owns that? Do we know?
The lower dam is, that is the ministry, I believe, for confirmation through Madam CAO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe you're correct. I think our treasurer would know for certain.
Director Mighton.
The middle dam is owned by the Ministry of Natural Resources, but the upper and lower dams, I think, are similar in ownership. The Conservation Authority would be the owner of the upper and lower. The middle dam is Natural Resources Ministry.
All right, so we're clear on the ownership. Anything further, Councillor Shea?
Well, thank you. I just note that traversing either the upper or lower dam is a very similar experience. They're both corrugated, I don't know what you call that, corrugated walkways, railings on both sides. I would think that if we're doing a study, if the Saugeen Valley is doing a study on one, they might want to do them on both. And hopefully we could get them into a situation when it can be reopened, or that one can be reopened to the public as soon as possible. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. And certainly Deputy Mayor Hutchinson is chair of the Water Resources Committee. He can organize that to be considered at one of our upcoming meetings. So it's so noted. He'll address that with the general manager. Okay, so no other updates, and we have a recommendation overall with regard to the committee boards, committee and board minutes. Clerk Scharbeck, could you read the recommendation?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that council hereby receives the minutes and reports of committees and local boards.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding?
I'll second the motion.
Questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Oops. 6 members of council voted in favor. The motion is carried. Now on to miscellaneous correspondence requiring action. So that is item 11.
Mayor,
Yes.
if you don't mind, when you turn to your right, your mic breaks up again for us. So we're missing part of what you're saying there. Sorry.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. Sorry, I've got a fair number of documents in front of me. So thank you. I'd like everybody to hear. Item 11 is miscellaneous correspondence. 11.1 is items requiring action. So 11.1.1 is the Town of the Blue Mountains county audit of the tax roll of all lower tier municipalities. Clerk Scharbeck, would you read the recommendation?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that council hereby supports the resolution of the Town of Blue Mountains dated January 27th, 2021, wherein they endorse a county audit of the tax rolls of all lower tier municipalities in order to ensure that all assessment within Grey County is up to date and properly recorded, and that a copy of this resolution be sent to Grey County municipalities, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and MPAC.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving the motion?
Yes, Councillor Hutchinson, I move the motion.
Seconder, Councillor Hamilton?
I second.
Is there any questions on this motion? Councillor Hutchinson?
Yes, I'm just curious, maybe our Director of Finance, Gary, could speak to. I'm just wondering what will that involve in terms of her end of it? Is she, what kind of workload is involved with her, or is it all done from the county and not much on our end at all?
Director Mighton?
Yes, the similar type of study was done a few years back, and I believe they do it mostly external from local governments. They look at the impact data, they pull information that's available on building permits and that, but we don't actually have to participate a whole lot.
Okay. Thank you. And just a point to go along with MPAC, like MPAC is doing a lot more work virtually or online sort of thing. So that should help to get our assessments in a little quicker, right? Isn't that what they're sort of working towards? Because sometimes there's quite a delay from the build to the point where we get the assessment of that property. Is that correct?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, now that we've moved over to electronic building permits, they're able to access that information if we share it with them. So it helps to speed up the process as well. They have been making great strides in that. We have been sharing that information. So they've been moving forward on those initiatives a lot.
Good, thank you.
Further questions, members of council? All those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. Six members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. We're now moving on to item 11.1.2, Guelph, Euphrasia Township, Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, and FIFA in brackets rather, reform. Clerk Scharbeck, would you please read the recommendation?
Through you, Your Worship. The recommendation is that council hereby supports the resolution of the Township of Guelph, Aramosa, dated February 8th, 2021, wherein they request the Ministry of Government and Consumer Services to review the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act and consider recommendations as follows. That MFIPA assign the municipal clerk or designate to be the head under the Act, that MFIPA be updated to address current and emerging technologies, that MFIPA regulate the need for consistent routine disclosure practices across institutions, that the threshold for frivolous and/or vexatious actions be reviewed and take into consideration the community and available resources in which it is applied, that the threshold for frivolous and/or vexatious also consider the anonymity of requesters, their abusive nature and language in requests to ensure protection from harassment as provided for in Occupational Health and Safety Act, that the application and scalability of fees be designed to ensure taxpayers are protected from persons abusing the access to information process, and that administrative practices implied or required under the Act, including those of the IPC, be reviewed and modernized, that the integrity of the Act be maintained to protect personal privacy and transparent government, and that this motion be forwarded to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing and the Information and Privacy Commissioner of Ontario.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm moving the motion.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding the motion?
I will second.
Questions? Councillor Shea?
I'm just curious, this motion seems to suggest that there is a number of, that there's abuse of this act and potentially even abuse of employees who are charged with taking actions in response to this act. Is this something that we have been experiencing within the corporation of West Grey?
Madam CAO, and then I'll go to Clerk Scharbeck if necessary.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In fact, that would be wonderful if we could go to the clerk. She deals with this far more than I do.
That's just fine.
Thank you.
Clerk Scharbeck, please.
Thank you. Through your worship, that's an excellent question, Councillor Shea. We haven't to date had a great deal of difficulty with FOI requests in that process, but it is a very common occurrence across the province, and I have dealt with it elsewhere. It's very difficult to have vexatious requests deemed to be vexatious by the Privacy Commissioner's office. The fees are minimal. So, for instance, you can ask for a photocopy and pay $1 a page photocopying fee, but under MFIPA, the fee charged for a photocopy is 20 cents per page, and that's set out by the Act. So the Act hasn't changed in at least 30 years, and it doesn't allow for changes in technology or appropriate cost recovery. And it doesn't change, it really doesn't protect municipalities from perhaps spending thousands of dollars on not just staff time, but other resources and even legal opinions to address maybe 10, 20, 30 or requests from the same requester, and then an appeal to each one of those requests. So it's just tremendous volumes of work that can come out of it. Fortunately, we've had, for the most part, very respectful requests, but it is a very common issue across the province.
Thank you.
All right. I think Councillor Hutchinson, you had your hand up?
No, I was actually going to ask the same question. I just wanted to have some comments from our clerk, and she's done that. Thank you.
Very good. Anything further, members of council? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. Members of council, 6 members of council have voted. The motion is carried. Item 11.1.3, Town of Orangeville greenhouse gas emissions. Clerk Sharback, would you please read the recommendation?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that council hereby supports the resolution of the Town of Orangeville dated February 10th, 2021, wherein they request that the Government of Ontario develop and implement a plan to phase out all gas-fired electricity generation as soon as possible, with an emphasis on proven renewable energy technologies and energy storage to ensure that Orangeville and other municipalities are enabled to achieve climate action goals or GHG emission reduction targets, and that this motion be forwarded to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing and the Minister of Environment, Conservation, Energy and Parks.
Thank you for reading that. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you moving the motion?
I'll move this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding this motion?
I'll second the motion.
Is there any comments or questions? Councillor Townsend?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I like the idea of reducing emissions and moving along that path. This is a very broad type of request, and it doesn't take into account impacts that may occur from that. I know from my attendance at the IESO meetings where the suppliers are concerned because Pickering is coming off in 2024, and there's other supply contracts ending. And I don't know if this is the right time or the impact it would have. And I definitely would like to know that before, approving something or supporting something of this high level in nature. I just thought I would share those thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments, members of council? Seeing none, all those in favor in the motion indicate by raising your hand. Okay, 5 members of council voted in favor. All those opposed? 1 member. 5 members voted in favor. 1 member is opposed. The motion is carried. Moving on to 11.1.4. This is City of St. Catharines universal paid sick days in Ontario. Clerk Sharback, would you please read the recommendation?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that council supports the resolution of the City of St. Catharines dated February 9th, 2021, wherein they endorse legislated sick leave and calls on the Government of Ontario to permanently legislate universal paid sick days for all workers in Ontario during the pandemic and beyond, regardless of workplace size, type of work, or immigration status, and that this motion be forwarded to the Premier of Ontario, Minister of Labour, and the Bruce Grey Owen Sound MPP.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll move that motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding the motion?
Yes, I second.
Questions, members of council? Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This may sound familiar, but I would not object to a motion that supports trying to introduce paid sick leave during the pandemic, but to move beyond that without the proper studies and actions similar to the pharmacare that came to us, having worked in the insurance industry and seeing what happened with OHIP and seeing where that has now gone and the cost we have to try to maintain at both the provincial and federal levels. I think it's not wise at this point to recommend that the request is to do it now and permanently, but to do it during the pandemic and then deal with the permanency afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, comments? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 5 members voted in favor. All those opposed? 1 member voted in opposition. The motion is carried. We do have, this is one of those addendum items as you're following your revised agenda, 11.1.5. And this is in regards to the City of St. Catharines re-support for request to province to amend development approval requirements for landfills, Bill 197. Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the recommendation?
Through you, Worship, the recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey hereby supports the resolution of the City of St. Catharines, wherein they request the province to amend Schedule 6 of Bill 197, Environmental Assessment Act, eliminating the adjacent municipality overreach powers, and that staff be directed to send correspondence in support of the City of St. Catharines' request to amend Bill 197, COVID-19 Economy Recovery Act 2020 to all parties referenced in the City of St. Catharines resolution.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving the motion?
Yes, I move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I second the motion.
Questions or comments, beginning with Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, I'd just like to speak to it since I asked to bring this forward. I think it's important that in this Bill 197 that it's trying to it has oversight for municipalities adjacent to other municipalities. I don't know why we're getting every once in a while we're getting an echo, but anyways, so in one part it says Bill 197 empowers multiple municipalities to veto development of a landfill filling site within 3.5 kilometer zone inside the boundary of an adjacent municipality. So my concern is that other municipalities are going to have play a role in making decisions within the adjacent municipality, and I think that's concerning. So that's why I'd like to support this bill to veto part of Bill 197. Thank you.
Thank you. Further members of council, any comments on the motion? All those in favor then indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. We are now on 11.2, items for information. So there are 2 items. The first one is 11.2.1, Bill Walker, MPP, media release, investment in Spruce Ridge Community School. And 11.2.2, Brian Tucci, CAO Clerk, Town of Hanover, joint council meeting with Municipality of West Grey. So Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the recommendation at hand?
Through your worship, the recommendation is that all correspondence items not otherwise dealt with are hereby received.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you moving this motion?
I'll move that motion.
Councillor Townsend, I saw your hand up. Are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'll second the motion.
Questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by raising your hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. We are now on item 12, routine department reports. Madam Clerk, that is an NA at this point. Thank you for this particular agenda. Item 13 is future committee meetings. I will briefly say that under 13.1, Elmwood Community Center Board, March 2nd, 2021, 7 p.m. Item 13.2, West Grey Economic Development Advisory Committee, March 8, 2021 at 9 a.m. Item 13.3, West Grey Public Library Board, March 10, 2021 at 7 p.m. Item 13.4, Durham Business Improvement Area, March 17, 2021 at 7 p.m. Are there any comments, additions to item number 13? Thank you. Seeing none. Yes,
Excuse me.
Councillor Hutchinson, rather.
Just wanted to add that 13.4, the Durham Business Improvement Area meeting is their annual meeting, March 17th at 7 p.m. And presumably, if you wish to be involved in that, I think if you were to reach out to Tim Dick, who's the chair of the BIA, that you may be able to get a passcode to join that Zoom meeting.
Well, thank you for advising that it's the AGM and the pathway to contact information, Councillor. All right, so we are now moving on to item 14 then, which is communications from mayor and members of council. I just want to mention that the new Markdale Hospital construction will begin this week. And there's a proposed 24/7 emergency department with 4 exam and treatment areas and 4 short stay beds. And I would like to congratulate the owners of the old barn, the Polished Stone Creations, that's Ray and Courtney Hunter. Some of their work is featured in the March edition of a Style at Home magazine. And in Grey Bruce, persons 80 years of age and older are currently being notified through the healthcare system for eligibility of the COVID-19 vaccine, and all eligible individuals will be contacted directly. And I wanted to also say that pickleball has formally been able to begin as of March 1st, and certainly there was a setback to that occurring due to weather, of course. All right. Members of council, are there any updates that you wish to provide at this time? And I think until there's more activity, rather than going around the horseshoe, I'm just going to ask for an indication of hands, beginning with Councillor Townsend. Did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just 2 points, and they're somewhat related. The first one is that the Durham Legion is now open again, and their hours are posted on their outside board or their website. As a result, obviously, the Lions have been running their Catch the Ace there, and they had their first restart week on Friday, and they'll continue on Catch the Ace 5, and encourage you to support that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just on February 23rd, I attended the Hanover, Bentinck, and Brant Horticultural 2021 AGM and brought greetings from council. The mayor had regrets, so I did do that, and it sounds like they really got a great plans for 2021. So just congratulations to them. Last on the 26th, I just wanted to thank Planner Spencer. She kind of co-hosted a chamber special webinar that we had a luncheon, and that was a promotion of our CIP. So I just, again, a shout out to Planner Spencer for really giving a thorough description and letting people know how it works. So we're going to keep promoting the CIP through the chamber and obviously through our website, and hopefully we can get a lot more people involved in it. There was some people that were quite interested. So and one other thing, I just want to let everyone know West Grey Minor Hockey's starting up again, and there is talk that if everything stays stable, that the league may be looking to go as far as into May. So thank you.
Thank you. I did see Councillor Shea's hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to apologize for giving my report in the wrong section. I was section on committees. I thought we were in this section, so that's my bad.
I think it worked out just fine. So I'm very supportive of what you did.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah. So I just like to, well, first of all, I'd like to ask a question. So if West Grey Minor Hockey's starting up, does that mean we have ice in Ayton? Do we have ice in Ayton?
I believe we have ice in Ayton, but I just want that confirmed so that I have the most up to date as of today's time frame. CAO Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know that Eaton was the arena that we were looking at. Perhaps our recreation supervisor could confirm the status of the install.
Sorry, I should have
Thank
gone
you.
right to
That's okay.
Supervisor Hewlett. Would you be able to respond, please?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. The West Grey Minor Hockey will be starting up. If everything goes as planned with the ice install, knock on wood, we should have ice up and running for Wednesday or Thursday this week.
In Ayton?
In Ayton, yes.
There you go.
Not
Further,
in Durham.
Councillor Hutchinson?
So there won't be any ice in Durham, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I just wanted to bring to attention council's a little situation that happened last night. Because of the storm, we had some highways around Durham closed, as you know, north of Durham and west of Durham on Highway 4. Part of it had to do with accidents, part of it had to do with the weather. I received a call about 11:30ish last night, a concern with one of our local businesses who had 3 stranded families in town. So I reached out to the mayor, but in the meantime, the people involved had called police, 911, 511. They tried to get a hold of the Legion, because the Legion is our emergency shelter for situations like that. But the Legion wasn't willing to open up. And so I just wanted to throw that out there to maybe something the staff can look at and can ponder. We should be able to put people up if there's an emergency in that case. And so we need to have contacts. They had trouble getting a hold of people. The police were busy with the accidents. And after thinking it, I know we designate the Legion as our emergency shelter. We do have a community center what could be used, but I got thinking after, because it was 3 families, maybe we should be looking at the town hall. The town hall might have been a perfect setup for a small group. We have a kitchen, we have a washroom. So maybe we need to, and we have staff in town. So I just want to throw that out there for staff to think about, and maybe we want to refine our plan, because people were panicking a little bit, and that here was 3 families. They didn't want them to stay in their car overnight. They didn't want to put them on the road, but yet the business was actually closed an hour and a half before that time. So they stayed open just to accommodate these families. So a little situation that arose that I just wanted to inform people of. And I think we need to do better in terms of being able to resolve these issues, because there were a lot of questions, sort of thing. So I'll throw that out there. And otherwise, that's it for me. Thanks.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'm glad you brought it forward here, and certainly our EOC will address it. And I appreciate that you connected with me. That is absolutely fine on a 24/7 basis
Right.
to connect with me. I think what needs probably an enhancement is that our communication our communication goes out, so it's very aware of what to do in a situation where you find yourself stranded, and what is the specific contact and how that can be addressed. Because if we did have a situation where there were individuals that find themselves stranded, perhaps due to inclement weather, where would they go? Where's the warming center? What's the most direct route for that in a seamless fashion? So I want to ensure that that happens. Certainly if it's a call to our fire chief who's available, or to myself or anyone else, that would be initiated. But is there something that could be done perhaps prior to that step? So a very good question raised, and we will address it through the EOC, and also to package that into a communication protocol, I think is really important. I do want to say thank you very much to the business owners that extended themselves to have the families available in their business. I think that's really great. Madam CAO, did you want to, before I go to you to Madam CAO, because I want just a further enhancement, because you always look to try to improve. Certainly the call to me, I would have actioned it and but it's a matter of knowing who the contacts are, but also is there an ability seamless in terms of a warming center and what that location would be. So anything further before I go to Madam CAO, Councillor?
So just to further that, so I think the important thing is for people to understand where our emergency centers are. And I think it's the same for Ayton, Elmwood, and Newstead. Like we have community centers in those areas. So if
Mhm.
that's our emergency centers, I don't know in those situations. I know with in Durham, it was the Legion. And the other thing is, I think it's just the contact numbers. Yes, they can contact you. So if that's the route we want to go, or do we have, the fire chief, is he the contact, and maybe something on the website so that people,
Yep.
Rather than having to phone around, people say, some way of just making it easier to make contacts when there's an emergency situation is all I'm suggesting. Thanks.
Yeah, and it may be as simple as the contact individual, contact staff that would actually open up the facility, and that may be the most direct route. However, we'll have that addressed. But Madam CAO, just on this, and then we can send an email back and a communication package around this. But please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for raising this. We do have an emergency control group meeting on tomorrow, so we can certainly add it to the agenda. And I know the fire chief is working. He's scheduled an April meeting of the emergency control group to review the plan. So incredibly timely, and I appreciate the information. Thank you.
May I add one more thing, Mayor?
Of course.
You had mentioned a shout out to the business. Just in case they're not on this the webinar here or the Zoom meeting, can we just do a little letter,
Yes.
thank you note to them that they can post in their business to say thank you for your efforts? All right.
Absolutely, and I was intending to do that, but thank you for raising it here. Absolutely, to that effect. Okay. Any other member of council wish to report on communications, what you've been doing, or information you wish to share at this point? All right, well, thank you very much. Item 15, this is a business arising from the previous meeting. This is where this is where I ask Clerk Scharback, is there any business arising from the previous meeting?
No, Your Worship, everything was addressed at the previous meeting.
Thank you. The question seems longer than the answer, and that's just fine in this case. So thank you very, very much. We are now moving on to item 16, which is staff reports. 16.1, Director of Finance and Treasurer. 16.1.1, approval of the accounts, voucher number 4-2021. Clerk Scharback, would you mind reading the recommendation?
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that council approves voucher number 4-2021 in the amount of $319,558.10.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving the motion?
I move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
I'll second the motion.
Questions, members of council? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of the motion. The motion is carried. 16.2, Director of Development / CBO. 16.2.1, commercial vehicle parking in a residential zone. Clerk Scharback, could you please read the recommendation?
Through Your Worship, the recommendation is that council provides direction on options presented in this report. And perhaps prior to moving or seconding something specific, council would like to consider the options and clarify that direction in a resolution.
Thank you very much. That is a great pathway forward. So members of council, how do you wish to proceed with this report and the matter at hand? Councillor Hutchinson.
Well, first of all, I have a question. Personally, I don't have an issue so much as maybe we make an exception here and allow Mr. Nixon to park at his business, but I do have a concern with the idling time. I'm just curious, and we probably can't get an answer on this because he won't be online. I don't think he was available today, or or his spokesperson, Ms. Sullivan. But I'm just wondering, like, is he leaving like early in the morning or is he late at night? I'm just wondering with idling time in the neighborhood whether that's an issue. But I do see that in the recommendation that there would be notification to the property owners. So that would be my one concern is that going to affect local property owners, because there's a lot of seniors in that area for sure, and a lot of residents. And then the other thing that I have a little bit of concern is the other thing was we talked about parking in the town parking lot, and to me, I think that is a part of the resolution. Maybe if we don't allow to park at home, but in the summertime, I do have a concern with the town parking lot being used as a truck stop, especially if we're trying to look at beautifying it and using it as a stopover, as a tourist stopover as they're traveling through town. I wouldn't want to see 2 or 3 or 4 trucks being parked there on a regular basis. We do have some people parked there on a regular basis now, which maybe can be an issue some days. But so those are 2 of my concerns I have with that right now.
Thank you. CBO Shipwreck, please.
Thank you, through you, your worship. I believe everybody's should have seen the report. So my recommendation, I guess, is that we do, continue to work with Mr. Dixon to come up with an option. I don't believe that, again, it's council's direction, but provide, creating or changing, modifying the zoning bylaw to allow all residential parking or all commercial truck parking in residential as an option. If council wishes, we can direct Mr. Nixon to apply for a zoning bylaw amendment for his property specifically. I haven't spoken to Mr. Nixon. I'm not sure whether he'd be interested in doing that. Obviously, there is a cost involved with that, and whether he'd be willing to pay that cost or not. And I guess the other option would be to park in that the municipal parking lot. But again, we would require an agreement or some type of lease, as indicated in the report. So it wouldn't be open to everybody, unless each person would have to apply that would like to park in the parking lot. So it wouldn't just be automatic parking, although I will say that our current parking and zoning bylaw does allow up to 48 hours, I believe, parking in a municipal parking lot for any vehicle. So that is currently permitted in our zoning bylaw, but it's only for 48 hours. It's not on an ongoing basis. So just so council's aware of that as well.
Well, thank you. CBO Shipwreck, you identify, I believe, 4, I'm just looking at my report, 4 options in your report for council's consideration. What is your recommendation?
I guess my recommendation, I don't believe that commercial truck parking should be permitted at all in a residential zone. I think there's just too many unknowns. If that is an option and council does wish to proceed with that, we do have to, in my opinion, provide for some type of agreement that limits the idling time, and that's the problem. Is it's a very hard thing to enforce. Outside of working hours, bylaw enforcement isn't always available to go. If somebody calls or complains, says this person is idling at 3 o'clock in the morning, it's something very difficult to enforce. And conditions change. Currently, somebody applies for an application and they like to park their truck in a property, and they work, maybe currently they work at 8 o'clock in the morning, so they only start idling the truck at 7:30. But 2 weeks from now, or a month or a year, their business changes or their job changes, and now they have to start leaving for work at 3 o'clock in the morning, and now they're idling at 2 or 2:30, or in the winter, they idle more for a longer period of time to warm the truck up. So it's a very hard thing to control. It's a very, very difficult thing to enforce. So in my opinion, that's not the best option. Really, the option is, I think he needs to find somewhere else to park the vehicle, whether council wishes to entertain him parking in a municipal parking lot, or whether he needs to find a parking lot somewhere else, in a commercial parking lot, that he can enter into an agreement with, a private business owner. That may be the best option.
Thank you. Members of council, any other questions? Councillor Shea.
Thank you. I'm surprised to learn that we have a bylaw that permits 48-hour parking in municipal lots. I would think that somebody who's working on a daily basis, with perhaps only a day off here and there, would be therefore able to park in commercial lots in municipal lots all the time. for instance, at the arena, and I know we've had problems with people parking trucks at the arena in the past. So that's surprising news to me. Part of the problem I have with this resident's initial request and issue is that he identified that the bylaw was being enforced unevenly, that he's not allowed to park his truck on his property, but other residents throughout town are able to park their trucks on their property because their neighbors aren't complaining and filing bylaw complaints. And from the point of view of a citizen, to say that I'm being held to account to follow this law, but my neighbor a block away is not being held to account, that seems fundamentally unjust. I don't know how we can sort of defend continuing with that practice. That said, that's all background. I think that the number of recommendations that you've made are quite helpful. The one that appeals to me the most is parking in the municipal parking lot behind the credit union. And I don't really want to see that turn into a truck stop. But trucking is a business that does take place in our municipality. We talk in our economic development discussions about wanting to encourage local business. So a lot of businesses have downsides to them. They might not be pretty. They might be contributing to greenhouse gases. There's all sorts of downsides to having businesses within the municipality, and having trucks operating within our municipality seems like something that we should be sensitive to. We should be supportive of those business people that are engaged in that activity. So I don't see any problem with having Mr. Nixon park in that public parking lot. If we need to do a lease agreement, I'm not sure why we would need to, but if we need to, I would suggest it be kind of like a $1 sort of nominal thing just for liability reasons, if that's necessary. And that we review that going forward. And I also I'd like some clarity. Is this a winter issue? Like in the summer, he's allowed to park his truck on the street, is he not? It's just he's not allowed to in the winter because of snow removal. So that we might not have an issue with the parking lot being used for fairs and events in the summer. This might only be a winter solution. I wonder if you could clarify that for me, Director. I forget what your title is. Director
CVO Shipwreck? Yes, please go ahead. CVO Shipwreck. Thanks.
Yes, that's correct. Our zoning bylaw only can regulate what people do on their property. Parking on the street is a police enforcement issue. So, it's dependent on all the other regulations under the, Ontario. As long as he's not parking in a no parking zone, and any other, not blocking sight lines and those other issues, he is permitted to park on the street. So in the summer.
All right. Anything further, Councillor Shea?
No, so just to conclude, I would like to see an arrangement made for winter parking in the parking lot behind the credit union. Thank you.
Thank you. Further members of council? I see Councillor Hutchinson, Townsend, then Hamilton.
Yeah, I think I've seen parking on the street there, and it's not the ideal place to park because there's a lot of traffic there. It's close to a bend. It's a busy street. That street that the truck is parked on. Like, is there any difference if parked on the street and idling in the morning as being parked in his driveway and idling in the morning? Really, it's only just I was back in his driveway and he's right there. So to me, I'd sooner see him in his driveway than parked on the street because of the traffic, and plus there's a bit of oil seepage and whatnot goes along with big vehicles, and you see that a bit on the street too. So yeah, maybe the town parking lot is part of the solution, though I think he's suggested that wasn't a solution, even though it's not really all that far away. It's about maybe 100 meters or maybe a little longer, but it's not really that far away. And I guess we can always get it moved if we decide to have a street festival or something using the parking lot. We can always get the trucks moved. But I also have a concern with the truck being close to the entranceway to our trails, which is another area that we're working on, because that south part of the town parking lot is the access point for the trails, and quite often you do get trucks parked there, which becomes another issue. So I'm not sure. Maybe we do look at, make a temporary solution, and then give them a year to see if we can come up with another solution to it. But yeah, whether he parks in the street or whether he parks in his driveway, I don't see much difference, really. Thank you.
Clerk Sherbeck, I'm not certain I saw your hand up, but I don't want to ignore you if you have something to say.
No, Your Worship, I didn't have my hand up, but I would add the consideration that if we're entering into an agreement for parking a large transport truck in our municipal parking lot, that we get legal expertise on that, so that we are not opening the municipality to any risk that we haven't thought of at a staff level. And there is always a cost for a legal opinion. I'm just wondering if that would be something that Mr. Nixon would share the cost of, or bear the cost of, or is that the municipality's cost?
So are you suggesting then, and I'm just going to paraphrase this, and if it's not correct or clear, then certainly comment. But should council wish to entertain, and we have a motion before us, the possibility of the transport parking at our municipal parking lot, prior to that motion being addressed, that a legal opinion be sought before we even look at the potential of this, just in terms of pathway?
Through Your Worship, I'm just suggesting that if council chooses to move forward with allowing parking on municipal lands, that would be one piece of that process of implementing council's decision to allow the parking on our lands. And just giving a thought to that there may be costs incurred to get it right. And but I'm not suggesting that council wait on a decision until that time.
Thanks for the clarity. Okay, all right, I do have a list. Just give me a second. Councillor Hutchinson, I want to make sure that you have completed your inquiries. Yep, good. Now on to Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have some similar concerns with the liability that we're going to encourage, and that we're going to start attracting other people that have similar business or start business, because now there's a place to park. The reality is people elect to go into a business, and how they deal with it and all the different aspects of having trucks or any other business is the business owners. The municipality should not be seen as a solution, right? Or a solver of a business issue per se. If we have a bylaw that's overly restricted and they come and ask them, we've done that on food trucks, we've done it on others even during this term. So that's a fair question. But to put the onus on the municipality to solve a business issue, I don't think is appropriate. My first intent would be, if we've introduced a bylaw that has now created a restriction that wasn't there before, then I think we have a role. We have a role to look at, was that the right answer, et cetera. And I don't know that's the case. If it's not, then my first choice is to say that, we'll let them stay there for 30 days, 90 days, whatever the answer is. I don't want to be overly extending this forever. But the point is, the truck owner has to find another location that is within the bylaw, and that's the incentive to do so. If not, we're going to have lineups of businesses that have challenges and say, we're here because you solved that one, now I want you to solve this one. And I don't think that's the business we're in, and that's the fear I have. And as far as liability, we have limits on liability, we have insurance on liability. I'd be more concerned whether, if we allow a land to be used for other than what it's intended, does our insurance even cover it if there's an issue, or does that person have to take that liability themselves, and that becomes cost again. Even temporarily, that might be an issue, but that should be a pretty quick call to figure that one out. But I'd be really careful about just arbitrarily opening up municipal land for truck parking or any other kind of aspect without doing the research. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thanks for the conversation. There's lots to consider. And thank you, CBO, for all the different options that you presented. So I guess one question I have, were other municipal lots considered CBO? How come, are there any other municipal lots available? Thank you.
CBO.
Through your worship, other lots were considered. The choice of this lot particularly was because of the proximity to his house. So it is within walking distance, in my opinion, to his residence, and that was one of the concerns in his letter that and his presentation to council, that there was he didn't have transportation. If the truck was parked at a location that was too far to walk, or that was not easily accessible, he didn't always have transportation to get from his house to the location of the truck, because he didn't, his family didn't have two vehicles. So
I see. Thank you. And so I think, do we not have a lot across from Durham Furniture that's a municipal lot? So I was just wondering about that. And also the arena lot, which is much bigger. Were those considered, or perhaps they weren't because of distance?
I'm not aware of the lot across from Durham Furniture. That's maybe a question better for Director Mighton. The arena parking lot was considered, but it is definitely would be outside what I would consider be a reasonable walking distance. I mean, it's walkable for sure. I mean, he could walk, but he could walk to anywhere in Durham. But to be reasonable, that location that I recommended was the best.
Thank you,
Director Mighton. To the lot across from our community center in Durham, or Durham Furniture, quite frankly.
Yeah, Durham Furniture currently does lease a portion of that land. I have to pull it out just to see if it's the entire portion, but it is currently leased by Durham Furniture for parking for their factory.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Director Mighton. Perhaps there's an opportunity there. We don't know because we don't have all the information, but perhaps there is some lot that's not used, or that would solve the issue of parking near a park, near a community. So I'd be interested in that. And I guess my other question, just one more question, if I may, would be, so our bylaw officer enforces only based on complaints, or our bylaws sometimes enforced just by eyes on the ground and what they take in? Thank you.
Through your worship, our bylaw enforcement is we only act on complaint. So if we receive a complaint, then we move forward with that complaint only.
Okay, thank you. So based on everything I've heard so far, I would be interested in just a bit more information about like piloting it for a year, this parking of the truck at a municipal lot. I'm not too concerned about the walking distance. I think that is walkable. So I'd rather, when considering the municipal lot, consider the best fit for a large truck. And the arena is a much bigger parking area. And then of course the space across from Durham Furniture, perhaps there's some capacity there. I believe that's all within walking distance, but those are my thoughts for now. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
I'm just checking with you. Was that a motion or not a motion?
If it were a motion, it'd be looking for a little bit more information, Mayor Robinson, about consideration for the lots that I don't know what you call that lot, the lot across from Durham Furniture and the arena lot, if those might be a better fit. So I wouldn't be looking to make a determination today, just a bit more information. Thank you.
Okay, so you're moving a motion for additional information to be provided back to council with regard to a potential for a one-year pilot at various lots in the municipality? Or could you please clarify?
Yes, Mayor Robinson, I think we would choose one lot, but I'm just looking for more information about the potential of those other 2 lots. So I'm just looking for some follow-up information.
Thank you. All right, before I go to a seconder, I see CBO Shipwreck's hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I would like to just add that I am aware that Mr. Nixon is parking the truck and trailer at another location in Durham for the winter. And it is approximately the same distance as what the distance to the arena and that Durham Furniture parking lot is. So we can look at those options, but I would assume that Mr. Nixon wouldn't, choose to move his truck to another location that is a similar distance anyway.
CBO Shipwreck, is that a private location or a public location where the truck is being parked?
It's a private location.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, is there anything further?
No, but I appreciate that information. Thank you. I'll reflect. Thank you.
And your motion stands, or I just want to be clear?
I'll leave it there. It's for council to determine if they wish to second. Thank you.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, could you read back the motion that, or if you need clarity on the motion from Councillor Hamilton?
Through you, Your Worship, I'll just ask Councillor Hamilton if you can confirm this matches your intention, that council directs staff to report back with further information about the option of parking at the lot across from Durham Furniture and the, I'll say, Durham Arena. I'll clarify with parking a transport truck.
Thank you, clerk.
Yes,
yes, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll go for a seconder and then I'll look for any questions or clarification with regard to the motion, because my speakers list has been completed at this point. Is there a seconder for this motion? All right, I am not seeing a seconder. Okay, that's fine. Deputy Mayor, are you seconder or are you moving another motion?
No, I've been waiting to speak for the first time on it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so you're not seconding it. So now there's no motion at hand. Go ahead and speak, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just a couple of things that I was listening to the conversation. We cannot use the arenas because we ran into that problem over the last several years with trucks parking, and when hockey gets back and they're parking in there, we have nowhere to park for all our guests, and at certain times we fill those arenas. There's other, it's not just hockey related, there's all kinds of festivals or anything else that's going on. The other problem that I have with the arenas, like a good example is the Normanby Arena. We just put new asphalt in there, and it's only 4 or 5 inches, and you take a 90,000 pound load in there and on a hot day and they turn, they're going to rip it up, and who's going to be responsible for that? Because the truck will take off and we're left holding the bag. So the arenas is certainly a very questionable alternative in my opinion. Again, it's a conflict for lots of activities going on, plus if there's damage to it, we'll never know who did what. The other thing, I know a lot of these drivers need to plug their trucks in, and that's why a lot of them do want to park at the residence, because in the winter you have to plug in big trucks. That's just that's the nature of the beast. There's liability, obviously. The other issue I have, and I think Councillor Hutchison mentioned it, there is environmental issues on this, and I've seen it firsthand up at the Normanby Arena. Trucks leak oils, and there's diesel, and there's all kinds of different fluids, and they do leak into the environment. We've had complaints, several complaints where guys or girls, doesn't matter, owner-operators are washing their trucks out, taking a pressure washer, and they're washing it either on their driveway or out on a municipal road, and that's all going right into our storm sewage management. So There's a lot more here than just people parking their trucks. I'm in the trucking industry. I support all of them, obviously, but I think there's more information. We're going to need to look at this and try to figure out a reasonable alternative. And again, I don't think just jamming up our municipal parking lots, because you're going year round. We're trying to promote tourism. You're trying to promote, the parks and everything that's going on. So I think we need to do a little more research on this. That's just my opinion, and try to come up with some solutions for all that are, again, the community doesn't want big trucks with the idle. Yeah, they leave at all kinds of different hours. I understand that's the nature of that business, but I think there's probably some more information that needs to be done. We got to come a wholesome discussion. Thank you.
Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With the new information that CBO Shipwreck gave us, why do we worry about it at all if the person already has another location that's private? Why are we trying to disrupt it and move it and make it our problem when in fact it looks like there's a solution? Whether that's a permanent one is another question, but as I said earlier, I believe it is the business owner's challenge. And if there's been one solution, maybe there can be a temporary, maybe that can become a permanent one, or not an alternate site could be found. I would like to pursue that first before putting council in the position of having to step in and try to find a solution. I don't think that's our role. Thank you.
Is there?
By the way, if I could ask a question of CBO Shipwreck, do you know when the bylaw changed? Mr. Shipwreck, do you know whether or not this has been sort of forever, or is it recent years that this problem has reared because of a bylaw change?
The requirement or the not permitted to park in a residential zone was part of the zoning bylaw amendment, the new zoning bylaw, which came into effect in 2006.
Okay.
So it's been at least that, and prior to that, I haven't done any research, so I'm not sure what the bylaw stated before that, but the bylaw that's in place now is the bylaw that was put into place in 2006.
Okay, so it's not in the last few years. It's much older than that. Thank you.
That's right.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to close this item off at this point. So I'm just going to ask Councillor Townsend, do you have a motion at hand or not?
Sure, I would move that we contact Mr. Nixon and advise that he's already found a solution for the winter, and encourage him to either make that permanent or look for another private one solution before council proceeds any further.
All right, now I'm just going to give Madam Clerk a moment to write that out, and if required, seek any clarification. And then I'll come back to you to make sure the wording is correct, Councillor Townsend. I'll look for a seconder, and I do see a couple other hands, so one moment, please.
Through you, Your Worship, if I could just clarify with Councillor Townsend that this matches his intent, that council directs staff to contact Mr. Nixon and encourage him to make the current private parking solution permanent, or recommend that he seek out another private option for winter parking.
Or parking to accommodate his parking needs. I don't think it's just a winter thing. I think we've already heard that with the emissions as well as the noise, that summer might be worse if people have windows open and all kinds of stuff. So I would suggest just to address his parking needs away from his residence, actually.
Okay, so that, or that he seek out another private option to accommodate his parking needs away from his residence. or a residential area?
Yes. Yeah, good idea.
Okay.
Yep, I'm fine with that, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Yes.
Questions or comments? I did see Councillor Hamilton. I'm not sure if your hand is still raised for that.
Councillor Townsend asked my question, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, I see your hand up.
Yeah, so I think that's fine that we go this route. I'm just curious. I think we're sort of opening up a bit of a can of worms when we're enforcing this case if we don't enforce other cases. So my question is maybe to our Mr. Shiprack is, with our parking bylaw, are people allowed to park their trucks overnight on the street
CBO ship.
in a residential area?
Yes, they are, as long as they meet all the other requirements of the zoning or the parking bylaw. Yeah.
Okay, because I do know that some people, we do see trucks, logging trucks, etc., parked sometimes on the streets overnight in residential areas, and I'm just wondering, are we making it forcing it on one person in case and not in the other? There's some other places I think we have trucks that are in residential areas, but maybe we haven't had complaints. So I think we're opening up a bit of a can of worms here, but we'll see where it goes, I guess. Thanks.
So I'm going to have Clerk Sharback read the motion, which was moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson at this point.
Through your worship, the motion is that council hereby directs staff to contact Mr. Nixon and encourage him to make the current private parking solution permanent, or that he seeks out another private option to accommodate his parking needs away from a residential area.
Any other questions? Seeing none. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Five members of council have voted in favor. All those opposed? 5 members voted in favor. 1 member voted in opposition. The motion is carried. All right. We are now moving on to 16.3 Manager Planning and Development. 16.3.1 Goodsky Draft Plan of Subdivision Request for Council Support. Madam Clerk, could you please read the recommendation?
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that council provides a letter of support to extend the deadline for the fulfillment of draft plan conditions for file 42T .91011 for a period determined by the County of Grey.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, Councillor Townsend, I'll second the motion. I do have a question or comment.
Yes, please proceed. I see Planner Spencer is available for the questions, and Planner Spencer, following Councillor Townsend's questions, if there's anything further that you need to add, please do that, and then I'll open it up again for questions from council. Please go ahead, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. First of all, the comment is that this has been around since 1994, and I understand there's been all kinds of issues around getting the land zoned and designated in the right way with the right plans and et cetera. So early in our term, we addressed that, and we put some wording and documentation in place that allows that that development to move forward. So my concern is that rather than just be totally open on saying yes with no kind of restriction, I'm wondering if it's possible to require that, if nothing else, we get a plan that basically says that this is the time frame for moving forward, which we've never had before. And I say that because there was a reference in the documentation that said something about moving forward soon. There isn't one yet, but the hope is to move forward soon. But is there a way of trying to get that further. I guess it was on the draft plan extension request. It just said draft plan is to advance to the final approval stage in the near future. And near future could be different things to different people. And I'm wondering if we could ask for more specific rather than just let this go on and on and on.
Planner Spencer.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor. Certainly the role of council in this particular case is to provide a letter of support for the extension. As part of that letter, we could request the County of Grey to consider requiring a timeline from the landowner to have some direction on how this would move forward. What I understand in my discussions with the landowner is that the market conditions are now in a position where he is available to move forward. And I understand there's another investor that's potentially becoming involved that has made the timeline a little bit more expedited than it had been in the past. But I do understand your approach, and we can certainly put that within the letter of support and ask the County of Grey to have that under consideration as part of their extension. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you don't mind, Madam Mayor, just for a clarification, I was thinking, not saying by July 1, whatever, I was thinking more in the sense of within this time frame, we would get a plan and the beginning of action on the subdivision rather than trying to be very, very specific in it. So if you're thinking that that would work, if council is willing to do that, then, you know, I would recommend we be sort of flexible enough to say it's got to happen within the time, but it also should show some actual action taken, not a stalling action, if you know what I mean. So it's concrete, no pun intended. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Planner Spencer, this would be the time if you have any additional information you would like to provide to council based on your report.
Unless there's further questions through you, Madam Mayor, I have nothing further to add at this time.
Very good. Members of council, anything further? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson here. So we've been here before a number of times with this developer, Mr. Goodsky, and I think the last time he came forward, a builder came with him, and we seemed excited that something was going to happen, but in the meantime, nothing's happened. So I'm really curious to find out what kind of movement we have. I'm not sure of 3 years. The last time we gave him an extension, we suggested that we wouldn't give another extension. So I really think we need to put some pressure on here to get something going. This has been an ongoing thing for years and years and years, and there's been all kinds of excuses of why it can't go forward. But I think we do have a plan. The last time we met, there was a plan to at least start on phase 1 without getting into all the other parts of it. So I'm really curious to see where we're going with this, and I'm really hopeful that it will happen. It's great if it does, but we just keep giving extensions and getting extensions. I don't know how many times this has been extended now, but it's a few. So do we get a feel? Maybe our planner can tell us, do you have a real feel that something is going to happen? Like, do we know that there's a developer online or builder? Like, there's a lot of unanswered questions here, so I'm concerned.
Planner Spencer, are you able to respond to those inquiries?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I don't know the name of the other parties involved that Mr. Goodsky has indicated. I do know that he's indicating that he's eager to move forward because the market is in a position where it's more viable for him to do so. Unfortunately, I don't have the answer to those questions. However, what I would recommend is that those questions within the letter of support be defined in terms of this being a final extension to the senior planner at the county who has delegated authority to consider it, to request clarification with respect to a timeline for at least the commencement of the project, and to question if they fail to meet the deadline of another extension, put the notice in writing that no further extensions will be granted. Nothing further.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson?
No, I think it's good the county's involved, and I mean they have been all along. So I would, maybe they, maybe they can put a little pressure on, but I do think we need to pressure this to get moving forward. Otherwise, we start going another direction, I guess, if that doesn't happen. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further members of council? Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, sir. I support the idea that we request a timeline be defined and that we also indicate that no further extensions will be supported by West Grey moving forward. So does that wording need to be included in the current recommendation? Do we need to add that to the current recommendation? And if so, I'll move that amendment.
Clerk Sharbach?
Thank you, Your Worship. It would clarify council's stance on this to include that wording in the motion. I'm sure Planner Spencer has all those details that she'll include in that letter, but the resolution of council including it ensures that it is truly a council direction that is being sent, and then the full resolution can be included in the letter. Yes, I would agree.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So with the clerk's wordsmithing, I would move that we add to the recommendation that the developer provide a timeline and that this is our final support for extensions or no further extensions will be granted moving forward. Something to that effect. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll wait for Clerk Sharbach to have the language and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Hamilton, for confirmation of the language.
I think through your worship, I'll just clarify, Councillor Hamilton, that the motion regarding a letter of support to extend the draft plan include conditions that this be the final extension and that the developer provides clarification of the proposed timeline and that there be notice in writing that no further extensions be provided. I guess that's part of the first one, not a third one.
Councillor Hamilton?
Okay.
Yes, clerk, thank you very much.
Okay, I do see Planner Spencer's hand up and then I'll look for a seconder. Planner Spencer.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Just to clarify, local council only provides the letter of support for the extension. So it's not that we can grant the extension ourselves. I just wanted to clarify that for the resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there a seconder for this amendment? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I would second the motion.
Okay, any other clarification on the amendment? So calling the question on the amendment then, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of the amendment. That amendment carries. Now to the main motion. Clerk Sharbach, could you please read that?
Through your worship, that council provide a letter of support to extend the deadline for fulfillment of the draft plan conditions for file 42T.91011 for a period determined by the County of Grey, conditional on the letter and that the letter of support include a request that this be the final extension and that notice be provided in writing that no further extensions be provided, and that the developer provides clarification of the proposed timeline.
So that was moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Townsend. Any questions on the main motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Thank you. I have a question for members of council and staff. It is 12:09. Wondering, do you want a lunch break for half an hour now? And then following that, we'll come back to the second report from Planner Spencer. or do you wish to proceed with the planner Spencer's second report? Posing that question, and the first one to raise her hand was Madam CAO. So please comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to note that I believe there's still a couple of members of the public that are here specifically for Planner Spencer's second report.
Okay.
So I'm not quite sure if I'm correct, but I'm recognizing some names in the audience.
Okay, so that's very good information to have. And members of council, shall we continue with this other report? And then following this report, we'll take a lunch break. And most appreciated, CAO Johnston, because we want to accommodate our citizens at hand. And I see a thumbs up to that. So we're good to go. So with that, item 16.3.2, request for purchase of property, unopened road allowance. The recommendation at hand is looking for staff direction. Madam Clerk, so shall we just have the presentation and then look for a motion following the discussion?
Through your worship, yes, you see the recommendation set out on the agenda, but it is really requesting direction. So that's the staff recommendation. I would suggest that council move or second a resolution that includes the actual direction following the report.
Thank you. All right, so we're all on the same path. And Planner Spencer, could you provide us with information, please?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Just as an executive summary to this report, there have been several requests from the public to purchase unopened and unmaintained road allowances for the purposes of lot additions. Staff have been directed to obtain further information on the merit of these requests, and in particular in front of you today, there are 3 specific requests, and they're not identified by individuals, but they are identified by property. The direction that staff is really looking for is whether or not council wants to make a determination that these properties are up for sale, and to what extent the municipality is going to go to have these properties posted for sale. The first request obviously is north of 280 Elm Street East. The second is the purchase of a portion of concession 14 NDR. And then the final is the requested purchase of a portion of Caroline Street North. In each case, the lands would be adjoined to adjacent properties as a requirement and would not be the creation of a new lot. There is some concern with respect to the sale of unopened road allowances. Should someday there be a need for that road to be opened in future, obtaining those unopened road allowances back into the purview of the municipality would be very difficult to do. In each one of these cases, the bylaw that the municipality has for the sale of surplus lands requires that 1, council pass a bylaw to declare the land surplus, 2, that there is an actual appraisal done of the property in question, and 3, that land is tendered to anyone that's an abutting landowner to determine who is willing to purchase the property and who has interest. So it's not just that one person can come forward and request to buy abutting land that's owned by the municipality. Every abutting landowner has the opportunity to have a say and an opportunity to purchase that property. So request number 1 can be supported by staff. The legal opinion regarding this particular property does not consider it to be bonusing for a variety of legal reasons I don't really think we need to get into here. We have obtained an appraisal of the lands, and should council wish to proceed, there is method with which to do so through notification of the potential sale. And number 2, this would create an irregularly shaped parcel, which isn't consistent with the intent and policies of the county OP, which encourage contiguous parcel development. The cautionary component of this particular one is that there are several abutting landowners that may have an interest in the property, and council will need to take some consideration if those other parties step forward into what that might look like, and that would preclude that road from being put into singular ownership of one individual. It may be involved that it could be into into multiple different landowners' ownership. So that is one thing that should be considered by council should this be declared surplus and go out for appraisal, and similarly to advertisement to adjacent landowners. And finally, number 3, again, presents a problem, because if you lose the road allowance for Caroline Street, either you provide the entire unopened road allowance to this particular individual. Again, you have to notify every abutting property owner, but only giving a portion of the property that meets up with the portion of this particular property in question adjacent to it, unfortunately would put an unopened road allowance that would be landlocked and not available for use in future. So staff is looking for direction. The next steps, those that have not been completed as of yet, most have been done, but completion and receipt of appraisals, the completion and receipt of surveys, and circulation regarding the offer to purchase to all abutting property owners. And then following that, there would be a tender process. So with that, I will leave it open to any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Planner Spencer. Beginning questions with Councillor Hutchinson.
I'd like to make a motion that we go ahead with number 1, which is the 280 Elm Street, East in Durham, and sell that one given the conditions. But I have some questions with number 2. But I make a motion for number 1 at this point.
Okay. So with that, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm seconding that motion.
Okay, I wonder, Clerk Charbet, could you read the appropriate motion, and then I'll seek any questions from council and then address the vote on that.
Thank you, through your worship. I was just checking on the address. So moved by Councillor Hutchinson, seconded by Councillor Townsend, that council directs staff to proceed with the process of selling the unopened road allowance north of 280 Elm Street East in Durham.
Thank you.
Is that correct, Councillor Hutchinson?
Yes.
And Councillor Townsend, the language is okay for you as a seconder? Good. Any questions with regard to this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with the raised hand. Six members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Thank you. Now, with regard to property identified as number 2 and property identified as number 3, how does council wish to address these? Councillor Townsend?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we do not proceed with the one related to Caroline Street, because it will in fact impede future development by relinquishing part of that road allowance in that stretch.
Thank you, and we'll look to our clerk for the language on that, and then I'll go for a seconder on that. So one moment.
So through your worship, and just to clarify, Councillor Townsend, that staff, or sorry, that council hereby directs staff or directs that the municipality does not proceed with the sale of the unopened road allowance along lots 21 to 25, concession 14 NDR.
Oh, I thought it
Oh,
was
sorry, you're
Caroline
talking
Street.
about number 3, Caroline
Yes.
Street?
Yes, I
I'm
was.
sorry.
Yep. That's
So
okay.
that council directs that the municipality does not proceed with the sale of the unopened road allowance being a portion of Caroline Street North, plan number 0101, east of lots 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Correct, Councillor Townsend?
Correct. Just a question for the clerk. Would it be worth putting in also that because it's in a settlement area and therefore future development may follow, for clarity?
It's your motion.
Sure. To ensure that future development is not impacted,
Right, within that settlement area.
with that future development is not impacted in that settlement area.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Would you mind just reading it and then I'll call for a seconder? Thank you, Clerk Sherman.
That council hereby directs that the municipality does not proceed with the sale of the unopened road allowance being a portion of Caroline Street North, Plan number 0101, east of lots 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, to ensure that future development is not impacted in that settlement area.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I second.
Thank you. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with the raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Is there a motion with regard to property item number 2 on portion of concession 14 NDR? Councillor Hutchinson?
I don't wish to make a motion at this time, but I do have a question regarding that.
Okay, go ahead.
So this it's quite some time since we've discussed this one, I believe. But my understanding, I know on the west side of this concession 14, this road allowance is blocked off with a fence, I believe. It's the abutting farm will wish to purchase this. And I thought when we discussed this that we talked about on the east side where this road allowance comes out, that there was a farm or a residence there that would look like they were using this road. So I thought we left it that we were going to talk to some of the local landowners, especially the one on the east side, to see what's happening with the road allowance on that end. I know on the west end, it's been blocked off for a number of years, I believe. There's a fence there, which does sort of prevent it being used, and which brings up the whole concept of people blocking off road allowance. I believe this one was blocked off by West Grey, which brings us sort of similar situation in Priceville at Side Road 50, when you have an agreement with a land owner to block it off. So it brings up this whole question of, can we block off these unopened road allowances to get rid of some liabilities and so on. And my thoughts are really for some of these open road allowances, we should be getting rid of them just to get rid of some of the liabilities. But then in the meantime, we do have snowmobile clubs, for example, use a number of our unopened road allowances. And which brings up the other topic of in 2005, we have a bylaw, but like 2005 was our snowmobile clubs about using of our unopened road allowances, which we need to do some work on, and I'm going to bring that forward at a later time. But so my question is, I was okay with selling this road allowance off to the landowners on the west side because it looked like it's never been used for a number of years. They're wishing to use their section. But on the east side, what's happening there with this road allowance? So I don't know whether we have the answer for that, and I think we should have the answer before we go ahead and put it out there for sale.
Planner Spencer? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I know that our former clerk at the time reached out personally to landowners along the portion of the road in question. And he spoke to them by telephone. Part of this process, should council wish to proceed, it would be the notice period, and everyone that has abutting land to that unopened road allowance would be notified of the intent to sell. And at that point in time, the interest shown would really be an indication to council on how they would like to proceed.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you.
Okay, Clerk Sherbeck, I see that what's identified as Susan Tremble has her hand up, and I'm inclined to seek clarification, or if there's something to be addressed. I wouldn't necessarily want to wait till question period. Would it procedurally be fine if I permitted that or suggested that?
That's on council's discretion.
Good. That's what I was hoping you'd say. Counselor, do you have any difficulty if I ask Susan Tremble to comment here? I didn't think that there would be any difficulty with that. Okay, Susan Tremble, I recognize your hand. Please go ahead.
You guys are probably hoping it's Susan, but it's not. It's Dawn.
I kind of thought it was you, Dawn. Please go ahead.
I thought if I put her name up there, you would answer. You would let her talk.
There we go. I would let you talk too. Please go ahead.
No, just concerning the Elm Street one. I think if you came out and looked, it's of no value to the town. I've already bought off Albert Street at one time. It's 47 feet wide. And what it'll do for me, my business has expanded tremendously in the insulation. So I'm almost at a point where I got to put an addition on my shop, my new shop, and that 47 feet would allow me to put an addition on because I'm at my limit now. And then, yeah, it's and right now I'm using that land anywhere to put snow. So I feel as my other hat, it's more valuable for me to pay taxes on it to the town than me just keep using it. So that's my requirement to buy that. And then also, like, for the last, I think 2 or 3 years, we've been keep saying we're going to come up with this list of land that's available, or land like this that we could be taking advantage of for tax dollars, or people putting extensions on. And I just don't know where that's at. It's frustrating as a business person that wants to go forward and build this town. Well, build West Grey, not just this town, West Grey, because other areas. Just wondering where we are with that. We've got this list of all the property you guys own that is sitting abandoned that could be very valuable to for a tax base. Thanks.
Oh, well, thank you for your question. I do want to let you know that you referenced the Elmwood Street property, and a decision has already been made to sell that particular property. So the rest of your question is not on the agenda at this point, but I expect that our planner will be addressing that in due course. Okay, so thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm now going, oh, you're quite welcome. I'm now going to go back to our council, and I just thanks for the latitude of allowing the business owner and citizen the opportunity to speak. We're now needing to address, if you would be so inclined, the property identified as number 2, and that is concession 14 NDR on an unopened road allowance, and then it's identified as along lots 21 to 25. Does council wish to address this in any capacity? Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. May I just ask if council declared the surplus, what those next steps would be? Thank you.
Planner Spencer.
Through you, Madam Mayor, once the bylaw is passed to declare the land surplus, there will be an appraisal done on the property to determine value. Notice would be provided to every abutting landowner that this was potentially for sale, and there'd be a tendering process similar to what happened with the library. And those tenders would come in, and it would be at the discretion of council through a decision process to determine which of the proposals was most appropriate for the land. And from there, in terms of negotiation through sales with the use of a real estate agent, you would be able to potentially take a look at all the offers and their monetary value and go from there. Once that's been completed, it would simply be a purchase as it was from one landowner to another. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarity. So I would move that we declare this property number 2, the concession 14 NDR property, surplus. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just waiting on Clerk Scharbeck, please, for your clarity on the motion. Certainly.
Through you, Your Worship, and Councillor Hamilton, it might be best to direct staff to proceed with the sale of land process. We'll have to bring back the exact legal description before we can declare it surplus.
Perfect.
So we're declaring an exact parcel. Is that okay?
Absolutely. Thank you.
So we'll look to Clerk Scharbeck for that language in the motion in one moment.
So through Your Worship, moved by Councillor Hamilton, that council directs staff to proceed with the process to sell the unopened road allowance being a portion of concession 14 NDR along lots 21 to 25.
Okay. Councillor Hamilton, are you fine with the language?
Yes, thank you.
Very good. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding the motion?
I will second it, and then I'll have a question.
Let's take your question now.
So this isn't the entire road allowance. It's only the section 21 to 25, which abuts this applicant's request. So the remainder of the road allowance could be sold to other neighboring property owners if there's interest. So we're talking about severing the road allowance into two sections and starting the sale process for just one section of it. I just wanted to make that clear.
Planner Spencer. Oh, I'm sorry. Clerk Scharbeck, did you wish to respond first?
Through you, Your Worship, I'm sure Planner Spencer can provide more detail or more clarity, but the request was to purchase the road allowance all along lots 21 to 25. So that is beyond the requester's property lines. So a reference plan would have to be created with a number of sections in there in case other abutting property owners are interested in buying the section of this that is abutting their property, right? It gets a little bit complicated. So it may be divided up to be sold to more than one abutting property owner. So that would be rather than a reference plan with just one big block. And I'm sorry, I think Planner Spencer can explain that better.
That was very good, Clerk Scharbeck, but I'm now going to go to Planner Spencer.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. And Clerk Scharbeck is correct. So what you would have is a reference plan. And for example, you might have a plan that has a part 1 and part 2. In this case, you could end up with as many parts as 8 parts, so to speak, and each part would go to a different landowner. Ideally, you would split that unopened road allowance in half if there were interested parties on both the north and south side. Half of it would go to the north property owner and half of it would go to the south. But in order to do that, you have to create a reference plan along that entire road and make parts on a plan and then add them to the legal description for each property. And they have to go through a process by which it's a lot addition and not have those parcels as separate pieces to their property. I hope that provides some clarity, but I'm happy to answer any further questions. Thank you.
Councillor Shea.
You're doing a good job, but I'm having a hard time keeping up. So I'm going to ask for some further clarification. In your report, you say the request to purchase portions of concession 14 along lots 21 to 25 to the extent of the lands owned by the applicant and not those extending beyond their property limits. So that sounds like it's only the section that abuts the existing property owner's property, right?
Planner Spencer.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Just for clarification, what I was indicating is that they did not want to purchase the lands beyond the extent of their property to the east. So they want to take everything from the beginning of the unopened road allowance, which crosses several properties that are not their own, and bring that unopened road allowance entirely across the back portion of their property, but they do not want to purchase the entire road allowance from one concession to another, if that provides clarity for you.
It doesn't entirely, so because it's been quite a while since I've looked at this map. So their property is sort of in the middle of the unopened road allowance. There's some to the east and some to the west beyond their property.
Go ahead, Planner Spencer.
Hey, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So there are properties to the west. And the history of this property in particular is that the farmer has been utilizing the unopened road allowance to gain access to their farm portion of the property. And so this is just to simply legalize that access that apparently has been occurring over time. And so it simply will look like if no other parties are interested, it would look like a long, narrow strip. And then it would turn into, it would be added to their farm property. And then beyond their farm property, there's still an unopened road allowance portion all the way to the town line. But they're not interested in that portion.
And the other local residents along there have not shown any interest in acquiring that either.
Through you, Madam Mayor. No, that portion of the property, because the request came from one individual landowner, that portion of the unopened road allowance has never really been on the table for discussion. So notification would only be provided to the landowners that are adjacent to the parcel in question of this unopened road allowance, and not the balance that has not been requested by this applicant.
Okay, thank you. That's clearer for me now. Thank you.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, so that brings the question, why wouldn't we advertise the whole road allowance for sale, given that this party only wants a section of it? But then that leaves us with an unopened road allowance, part of an unopened road allowance, what leads us to more liability issues and, sorry, I lost my video, more liability issues down the road. So as Mr. Tremble has mentioned, why don't we sell off? And we've already had this discussion. Why aren't we selling off these unopened road allowances to get them off our hands and to get rid of some of the liabilities? And we started looking at other properties, and I'm not sure where that went. But so my suggestion was, why don't we just put the whole thing up for sale and see what comes forward, so that we don't end up with a half of a road allowance that may or may not get used by whoever, when we could sort of control it and get rid of it and get rid of the liability. That's my thought.
Okay, Planner Spencer, do you have a response?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Absolutely, that's at the discretion of council to do so. And if there's no interest, herein lies a portion of the problem with selling unopened road allowances. If there is no interest in the balance of the portion of the property, you're going to end up in the same position anyway. But there's no reason why, going through this process, it can't be offered to adjacent landowners and simply try to dispose of the entire piece.
Right.
That's absolutely an option with the direction of council.
Yeah, if I may, Madam Mayor.
Sure.
So that comes back to my other question is, so we have the same type of situation when we look at railroad properties coming in on the east side of Durham, where a bunch of the property on the west end has been sold off, the east end isn't. So that is now part of the snowmobile trail and an ATV trail that comes into Durham. So my thoughts are, some of these unopened road allowances are being used by clubs, by snowmobile, ATVs, et cetera, et cetera. So we need to have a better handle on who's using what and where our liabilities lie. That's why I suggest that we reach out to our snowmobile clubs and to our ATV clubs and find out who's using what. And if they are using them, then we need to come up with an agreement, or we sell them off and get rid of it so that we don't have issues going forward. So that's another kettle of ball of wax sort of thing. But my suggestion in this case is we list the whole thing and see if we can get rid of it. And going forward, we start looking at do an inventory of all the other road allowances out there and how they're being used. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Are you leaving it at that at this point? Okay. So, Madam Clerk, could you read the motion at hand? I'm not seeing any other member of council with a raised hand.
Through you, Your Worship, at this time I have moved by Councillor Hamilton that council directs staff to proceed with the process to sell unopened road allowance, being a portion of concession 14 NDR along lots 21 to 25.
Okay. Anything further? Councillor Townsend?
Thank you. I wonder, for simplicity, if the mover and seconder would agree to attempt to do the whole road allowance and see where that lands. And if no one offers, no one offers.
So, Madam Clerk, that to me is an amendment, an amending motion, but can you clarify on that?
Just to clarify, who is the seconder for this motion?
Councillor
Oh,
Shea.
thank you.
Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Councillor Shea. Yes, I guess it's an amending motion. If Councillor Townsend wants to amend by adding, and where's the beginning and the stop? And perhaps Planner Spencer could help me with it's not along lots 21 to 25, it's from point A to point B, but what's point A to point B? Is that what you're asking, Councillor Townsend?
Exactly.
Planner Spencer,
Through you,
would
Madam
be able
Mayor.
to assist?
I'm just
Thank you.
looking that up now, so just for certain clarity. So just bear with me for one moment.
And to the citizen Pelletier, we are in the throes of motion and voting, so I won't be able to entertain your question or your comment, just so that you are aware.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have the information for our clerk.
Thanks.
So the portion of the roadway for concession 14 NDR would be between the 20th Side Road and Mulock Road.
I'm first going to wait for the clerk to provide the language and then make sure Councillor Townsend is fine with the wording and then look for a seconder.
Through you, Worship, and I would encourage Councillor Townsend and Planner Spencer to let me know if I've got this wrong, that the motion be amended to include an open road allowance on concession 14 NDR between the 20th Side Road and Mulock Road.
That's good.
Okay.
Planner Spencer? Yes, I see an indication. I go back to the mover, please.
That's fine. That's exactly what I intended.
Thank you. So is there a seconder for this motion? Is that Councillor Hutchinson?
Yes, I'd like to second that motion.
All right. Moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. Are there any inquiries? Starting with Councillor Shea and then Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor. So the vote hasn't been called. And I noticed that a citizen was interested in speaking. We did allow a previous citizen to speak to another issue. I'm wondering why we're not allowing it in this case.
So it's not that I'm not allowing, I had to deal with the amendment motion at hand first because we were in the middle of that. So I was not going to interrupt that process by which to address that. So Clerk Scharbeck, with regard to citizen, I think this is the appropriate time, but certainly not within the time frame that we were addressing a motion, correct?
It's a member of the public doesn't have an opportunity to provide comment or questions in the midst of a vote, but it's certainly council's prerogative to change that and take leave of the procedural bylaw again. It's up to council.
So it's within the integrity of the vote. I do not want, that's why I did not want to address it at that time when we just had the mover and we were clarifying the motion at hand. So because you are bringing it forward, is that something that you wish because we have, it wouldn't normally be done, but are you asking that the procedural bylaw be waived at this point in order to allow the citizen to speak? And I would look for your clarity on that, Councillor Shea.
Thank you. I believe we only discuss things once they're moved. So I assumed when the previous citizen was speaking, there was a motion on the table. So I think in fairness, we should apply the rules consistently throughout this meeting. I think in the future, we should probably make a decision that we would not typically invite citizens to speak. But if we are doing it in this meeting, then I would propose that we continue. And if you need a motion to suspend the procedural bylaw at this time, I would make that motion if it's necessary. But I think it may be at your discretion, Chair.
Clerk Scharbeck, I see that you had your hand up, so I'd like to entertain that first.
Through your worship, the last member of the public that made comment was following the vote, just
Thank
for
you.
clarity. It had already been decided on.
Thank you.
However you wish to proceed.
And I appreciate that you provided that clarity before I responded to it. So there is a differential in how we are addressing this, and also to keep it balanced in terms of the motion. So Councillor Shea, are you moving that we suspend the rules in order to allow the citizen to speak?
Yes.
All right. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, your hand up. Is that for a seconder?
Yes, I'd second that, but if I could also just add to that.
Go ahead.
During our planning sessions, do we not normally ask the audience to speak for or against the decisions that we make? Is that not similar to this?
It's a different process. This is not a public meeting for the item at hand. So that's where it's not a public meeting. Clerk Sharbeck, is there? Oh, okay. Planner Spencer, for clarity.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. You are correct. And under the Planning Act, when there is a meeting that is held under the purview of the Planning Act for severances, zoning bylaw, plan of subdivision, all those things, they come under a very strict provision of Planning Act parameters in which people are asked to speak at specific times. In this case, this is not a Planning Act issue. It's really just a decision of council during a regular council meeting.
Thank you. And I wanted to ensure the integrity of where we were dealing with the motion, which was the amended. Oh, sorry, I moved my, sorry. I wanted to ensure the integrity of when we are dealing with the amendment for the mover and seconder. And that certainly is confined to the virtual table, if you will, of council, and that's not to be interrupted. So that's how it was most handled. It's a different approach from the last discussion. However, we do have a motion on the floor at this point, moved by Councillor Shea, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that the rules be suspended. I wonder, Clerk Sharbeck, if you could help me out. Rules suspended in order to allow the citizen to speak, or could you read the language?
So we have a main motion and then an amendment, both on the floor. And now we have moved by Councillor Shea and Councillor Hutchinson. The motion that the rules of the procedural bylaw be suspended to allow a member of the public to speak to the council motion regarding the sale of unopened road allowance.
So all those in favor, raise your hand. All members of council voted in favor, so that's 6 members of council. The motion is carried. So at this point, we will allow E.Y. Pellier to speak. Thank you very much. Go ahead. Ms. Pellier, you had your hand up? Supervisor Hewlett, I wonder if you could identify if there's some audio issues?
Thank you, Mayor Rob. Here's a mic. There we go.
Have I been unmuted?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, sorry, thank you. I'm sorry, I did not mean to interrupt procedure. I just saw that the other person had in the first case, and I asked Cody, and it sounded like it was okay. So thank you for agreeing to do this. I actually don't have any, I'm not trying to, I'm the person who is, who raised the issue for the second case. My husband inherited a piece of property, and he owns the property on the north side. And once you go in on the road, he owns a property on the south side. I'm sorry, I don't have the actual lot numbers on hand. I wasn't actually prepared for this degree of engagement, but I just want to make clear that part of the issue here is gaining access to a piece, 200 acres that are in theory landlocked if this road remains unopened. I don't know if that's of interest or not to council. I just wanted to mention that. And there are about 40 acres, I think, 30 acres of farmers fields on the south side. And that's the farmer who's been using the road until it became impassable. And then that required him to go through the front or north side of the property, through our driveway, through a pasture, through another farmer who runs different fields, multiple times, which was actually very destructive. And so last summer was the first time we had to do that. And secondarily, the property was inherited. And so a lot of the practices that were in place were my father-in-law's practices. And we are literally just trying to straighten out what is customary, what is legal, what is possible, and just clean up the nature of this unusual two-part property. And I just want to just give a little context, if that's okay.
Well, you did, and thank you very much for that. We appreciate it. Now, members of council, we voted on allowing Ms. Peltier to speak. I see another citizen with his raised hand. I would look for a mover and seconder to waive the procedural bylaw in order to allow S. Dell to speak. So is that Deputy Mayor?
Yes, Mayor Robinson, I'll move that motion.
Councillor Townsend, are you seconding it?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I would second that.
Clerk Sharbeck, could you read the motion to waive or suspend the rules, please?
I'm not sure what the motion is. This is the requester of the other property that was dealt with in the second motion. So is he speaking to the motion about Caroline Street or about this one that has an amendment on the floor? I'm not sure what you're requesting.
So, Mr. Dell, what is it that you wish to speak to? We're dealing with just the motion dealing with
Caroline Street.
We are dealing with concession for NDR at this point. Your item is on Caroline Street?
Caroline Street.
So, okay, so members of council, do you wish for Mr. Dell to speak to, do you wish to waive the procedural bylaw in order to allow Mr. Dell to speak with regard to Caroline Street? And that is Deputy Mayor. Is that what you wish to do? Deputy Mayor, are you moving that motion?
Well, I'd like to go to the clerk for clarity because I thought we'd already passed.
Right. I'm going to go to the clerk as well.
So I'd rather go there, please, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Sharbeck, I'm just looking for some clarity. We've dealt with Caroline Street already, and we're in the throes of dealing with the motion dealing with concession, just a moment, concession 14 NDR. So I'm just looking for your procedural clarity on whether this is appropriate at this time. Thank you.
The council has passed a resolution moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hamilton, that council directs that the municipality does not proceed with the sale of an open road allowance, being a portion of Caroline Street North Plan number 0101 east of lots 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, to ensure that the future development is not impacted in that settlement area. So at this point in time, there is an amendment to the motion addressing with the sale of concession 14 NDR. However, there's been Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and Councillor Townsend have moved and seconded a resolution that I'm not sure of the wording to take leave of the procedural bylaw again. I'm not sure if that is their wish to proceed with or to deal with after the concession NDR, 14 NDR.
So Deputy Mayor, what do you wish to do at this point?
Well, I thought we were going to address speaking on the road allowance. Again, we've moved on. I thought past Caroline Street, so that's what I had. I was waiving the procedural bylaw to discuss NDR again, not Caroline. Okay. That's where I just need clarity on that.
So are you withdrawing?
I think I will withdraw because we've already passed that. So thank you.
So that motion has been withdrawn. Okay, so Clerk Sharbeck, where are we at now? I just want to set the course correct for everyone.
Through your worship, could I clarify that the seconder withdraws as well?
Oh, yes, of course. That would be Councillor Townsend, and I do see his thumb is up.
Okay, so right now on the floor for council's consideration is an amendment moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that the motion be amended to include the unopened road allowance on concession 14 NDR between the 20th Side Road and Mulock Road. This was the amendment from the small portion of the road allowance to include the entirety of the road allowance.
So members of council, any thoughts of clarification? Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just looking for clarity. I see the last time we spoke about this road, I actually wasn't at this meeting on September 1st, but in the minutes, it indicates that council has already provided direction to declare surplus. So I'm confused, Mayor Robinson, about how this has been left, this road. Let me see, it says that this is from September 1st, that the portion of concession 14 that extends along lots 21 to 25, that these lands be declared surplus to the needs of the municipality and that all abutting property owners be notified.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm just looking for some clarity about, this seems to have been addressed by council, but now it's come back and I think we're making a motion on top of another motion. So thank you.
Oh, certainly. So I'll go to Planner Spencer first and then the clerk if need be.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Clerk Scharbach may wish to correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe the bylaw to actually declare the land surplus was provided. And there was some question about planning being asked to come back with additional information and a report for further direction to council. And that's where this has come from this point in time. There has been some further research done in terms of legal backgrounds, et cetera, and an opinion from our council. So that's where the information came from with respect to whether or not and how we needed to proceed. So that's where this comes from today.
Okay, thank you for that. Just I wasn't at that meeting, so I appreciate that clarity. And so then just a question to staff. Do you have any concerns about declaring the entire length surplus? Any concerns about that? Thank you.
Planner Spencer?
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor. I do not have any concerns with respect to declaring the entire portion as surplus. It will be at the discretion of council once interest has been provided with respect to the abutting property owners, what that might look like. And there will be more input at that point in time to see if it's feasible for it to be split up in terms of the interest involved. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Oh, you're welcome. All right, so I think we're ready to vote on the amendment. All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. Six members of council have voted in favor. That motion is carried. Clerk Scharbach, I wonder if you could read the main motion, which was moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Shea. Oh, no, Councillor Shea and Councillor Hutchinson. Thank
you. Yes, I have the main motion moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Shea. Is that correct?
Yep.
That council directs staff to proceed with the process to sell unopened road allowance. And this is including the amendment being the road allowance on concession 14 NDR between the 20th Side Road and Mulock Road.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. Okay, so we've dealt with that. And where are we at? So members of council, I'm going to suggest that I see some hands up, but I'm going to suggest that we take a half-hour break that would bring us back to 1:30, and we'll start on 16.4 Recreation Supervisors Report. Councillor Shea, you have your hand up, and also Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. We did permit Mr. Tremble to speak to property issue after it had been decided on and voted, without necessarily suspending the procedural bylaw in order to do that. I believe we have a citizen who wants to speak to the item number 3, the Caroline Street North property decision. So I don't see any reason that we would not extend the same courtesy that we extended to Mr. Tremble.
Clerk Sharbuck, is there a requirement to waive the procedural bylaw for this request by Councillor Shea?
Through you, your worship, it's council's discretion how to proceed. The procedural bylaw is certainly allows for a comment period and a question period at the end. It is a variance from the procedural bylaw. However, it was allowed the first time without a motion.
Yeah.
So however council wishes to proceed.
Okay, so members of council, thank you, Clerk Sharbuck. So I am prepared to just at discretion allow Mr. Dial to speak. Is there any other concerns with regard to that? All right, Mr. Dial, you have a comment with regard to Caroline Street.
Yeah, we were under the impression that the property was purchased in '89. They have tried to purchase it before. There was trees planted and we were told that these trees were our property line. Shortly after surveying it, we realized that those trees are now sitting on the curb allowance, which we want to try and purchase to save our trees. So that's why we put in for the lots. And we read up that you guys only want a square, so we thought, well, we could approach you with possibly 3, 4, 5 if you didn't want to sell 1, 2. We'd be willing to accept that. Our neighbor is actually willing to go in with us on the property if we want to purchase it. That's the adjacent lot is Green's Auto. So he's directly beside me and he's willing to go on the property and purchase with me. So it doesn't really impact any other property owners. There wouldn't be any land growth in this area because me and my neighbor to my west side own all the property going northbound. The only property that it would run into runs into the arena. So I don't see it impacting anybody for growth, for what was mentioned in the thing. Just because the only lot owners that it impacts is me and Adam Grind and the neighbor, I forget her name. That's the only lots that are available in this area is my lot and her lot.
Well, thank you.
So that's really all I really wanted to say is just that it doesn't impact for growth.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate your comment.
Yeah.
Okay, members of council, it is 1:02. Let's take a lunch break now and come back at 1:30 and we will begin on the next item, which is 16.4 Recreation Supervisors Report. Everyone have a good lunch, enjoy it, and we'll see you back in 1/2 hour. Okay, I'm looking at 1:30. Do we have all members of council back? Councillor Shea, are you present? And also Councillor Hamilton? Hello, Councillor Hamilton. And I'm looking for Clerk Sharbuck and CIO Johnson and well, to begin with Supervisor Hewlett. Hello, Clerk Sharbuck. Are you having a good day?
Yep, I'm here.
Very good. Councillor Shea, have you returned? Well, we can begin. We do have quorum. Clerk Sharbuck, if you could confirm. Good. And we've got Madam CAO, we have our clerk, and we have Supervisor Hewlett. So I am going to call the meeting back to order. And this one, we are now dealing with 16.4 Recreation Supervisor, 16.4.1 Canada Healthy Communities Initiative Grant Opportunity. And I note in the recommendation that that council provides direction to staff on it. So I guess perhaps first we should hear the presentation from Supervisor Hewlett, and then we can go for a motion. Would that be appropriate? Is that what staff have in mind, Clerk Sharbuck, in terms of pathway?
Yes.
Good. All right, we're all on the same page. Hello, Supervisor Hewlett. Provide us with some information with respect to your report.
Hello, and thank you, Mayor Robinson. Pretty standard report in front of council currently. Just seeking direction on which way council would like this grant to proceed. One thing to note, I know there are a number of grants still coming down the pipeline. I don't have too many more details, but I know council is fairly keen on trails as well as the other projects outlined in the report. However, I know details haven't been released yet. However, there is a specific grant coming down the pipeline specifically to municipal owned trails. So I don't know if that is better direction and this grant to go with the secondary project, but just seeking council direction.
Well, I'm wondering first, Supervisor Hewlett, did you have a recommendation?
Out of the two projects outlined in the report, I would most likely recommend going with the improvements to Riverside Park, including bandstand pavilion area, that sort of thing. But again, whichever way council wishes it to lie.
For certain. Members of council, questions? Starting with Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the trails, we're at the beginning stages there, and we don't really know the costs going to be involved. But you know, it's sort of baby steps. But I'm excited about the idea of doing something at Riverside Park. I've always sort of thought that that would be an ideal location to put in a pavilion. Accessible washrooms would be ideal. Even if we do something temporary this year, I think would be good too. But the whole fact of that being sort of a local gathering place close to downtown, great for our Arts Fest and music in the park. I think there's a lot of potential there. So yeah, I would definitely lean towards applying for a grant for that and see where it goes. I just want to add one other thing though, that I think the other thing, we're looking at putting hydro in there. We have some monies towards that for the band group, music in the park. But I really think that if we're going to put hydro in there, we need to look at electric charging stations. And I think that would be the ideal, to put a couple electric charging stations in. People come, park their car, charge for half an hour, go uptown, do some shopping. So I just sort of throw that out there for future thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I have two thoughts. One is the capacity that staff has. I know they've got a ton of work to do in 2021. You know, you just look at the project work, and I just want to make sure that the capacity is there, and if there's an impact, what is that? So that's the first point. And the second one was, I wasn't sure where Riverside stood at this point, but I thought if it did offset some of the costs of what we're doing for trails, that might be advantageous too in a tough budget year, given everything that's coming down the pipe towards us. But anyway, I would go with staff's ultimate recommendation as to where it goes, but those are my two, and I'm just wondering, you know, whether or not the CEO can comment on the capacity issue from her overall perspective. So
certainly, CAO Johnston then.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. Always a consideration from my perspective. So I appreciate you raising it. When the supervisor and I were contemplating options for this grant, we did see Riverside Park as quite a viable option, particularly because there has been talk for many years, at least my time here, about enhancing that, and it is such a destination for the community in general. I can let Supervisor Hewlett speak to specifics of the project, but I have confidence that if we are successful, that we will find a way to make these enhancements happen.
Anything further, Councillor Townsend?
no, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, I'm just double checking. Councillor Shea, have you joined us yet? Okay, I will check again. Is there any further questions with regard to this item? And then I'd be looking for a motion, Council. So I'm not seeing questions. Members of Council, is there a motion you'd like to put forward on this? Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Yeah, I would move that Council supports applying for the upgrades to Riverside Park. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just wait for Clerk Charback for the language. Are you clear, Clerk Charback, for the motion?
Through your worship, moved by Councillor Hamilton, that Council direct staff to proceed with option 2, being upgrades to Riverside Park for an application to the Canada Healthy Communities Initiative Grant.
Councillor Hamilton, are you okay with the wording?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding?
I would love to second that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, are there any questions? Councillor Hamilton?
Not a question, but I'll just plant a little seed that we consider like naturalized plantings, food forest opportunities, and working with our arts community as well. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you. And I do see Supervisor Hewlett nodding his head. So I think it's been addressed or been so noted, I guess is the best way to say it. Anything further, members of council? All those in favor then indicate with a raised hand. 5 members of council have voted in favor. That motion does carry. We're 5 members of council have voted, the motion carried. I'm sorry, I moved over to the side. Item 16.5, Director of Administration / Clerk. The first item 16.5.1 for this director is a Newstat Normanby Carrick Agricultural Society Agreement Renewal. Clerk Sharp, before your presentation, would you read the recommendation at hand?
Your worship, the recommendation is that council receives the report and that council consider adopting the agreement in the bylaw portion of the agenda.
Okay, so is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will move the motion.
Would there be a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, would that be you?
Yes, it is, and I do have a couple of comments.
Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Flipping through the agreement, one of the comments was that council donation to offset the rental. I'm not sure if that's what we've done, and I'm not sure if that's our practice for our various organizations, but I wanted to make sure that if there was criteria, does it meet it? If we're currently doing it, do we continue it? And how do we make sure we're being consistent to other organizations that have a similar makeup or status goal and activity? So that's my first question is, does that create some imbalance if we say yes here, where we've said no elsewhere to similar organizations? And I'm not sure who best would be to answer that.
I think we'll go first to the clerk.
Thank you, through you, your worship. Councillor Townsend, that's a good question. I guess the financial and resource implications in my report is just sort of putting in words what happens when we give a free day rental to an organization. For them, it's a free day of rental. But for us, it is, I guess, technically a journal entry that would show a council donation to that group, so that it isn't just the recreation department taking the hit on every free day provided. That it sort of balances out and shows in the books that that it was rented or that facility was used that day.
Right.
Does that make sense? So it's all of West Grey donates this, not just the facility on the books. It's just a technicality really for accounting.
Pardon me. Councillor Townsend, I do see Director Mighton is here. Perhaps she has more information before you continue on with your additional questions.
Yep.
Director Mighton?
Yeah, just consistent with Clerk Sharbeck. Yeah, we have an internal policy when we use our facilities that we debit the department that's using the facility and then credit the revenue for the hall rental, and it's just an internal rate. It does not apply to external organizations or groups. It is just an internal recognition of the use of the facility.
So it's like an internal committee of council or whatever that's using the activities. That's when we would say that would be fine. Okay, super. Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry.
That's okay. The second one was in it. Where are we here? It had to do with the actual agreement. So I'm not sure if that's here or you want to do that when we do the bylaw, but there were some comments that I noted there as well. But it's entirely up to
actually, Through you, Your Worship, Councillor Townsend, it would be great to address them here.
Okay. Okay, so let me just move forward to that. Okay. Looking for the right one. There it is. Okay, so the first one was liability on insurance. Does the society actually pays for their own insurance, I gather from that?
Yes, through you, Your Worship, Councillor Townsend, they have to pay for their own insurance and they have to provide us proof of that insurance each year. So that would be like an insurance certificate, and it would name the municipality as additionally insured.
Right,
So,
and I saw that as well. Yep.
yeah, so that's that hasn't changed from the original agreement. And that proof of insurance just goes through to the treasurer as to be filed in our file as documentation.
Great, and within the 10-year period, I'm sure the 1 million has become 2 million as a minimum requirement for most. I'm not saying there aren't exceptions, but that seems to be the standard insurance companies ask for these days. And I didn't know whether that had been considered from our perspective, meaning the municipality versus, the society. So I put that out there.
And through your worship, we haven't asked them to increase their liability insurance, but it's council's prerogative to do so. And we can certainly address the agreement today as amended. But I don't think, and I'll defer to the CAO that had more conversation with the Ag Society. I don't believe that we had raised the issue of increasing that insurance amount.
Thank you. Before we go to Madam CAO, I want to acknowledge that Councillor Shea has joined us. All right, Madam CAO.
Thank you, through Madam Mayor. The clerk is correct. I did not raise any concerns about the amount of insurance or increasing it with the representative from the society. If council wishes, we can certainly go back.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes, I wonder if we could ask Director Mighton whether or not that would be prudent if it was an arm's length relationship, would we do it, and therefore should we do it here?
Director Mighton?
That's something council has the discretion over.
Okay, I personally would like to see that 2 million, but we'll see where we go from here. In section 4, it requires that there are 4 additional days for fundraising, et cetera, and this says dates to be selected, but it doesn't say when. And if we have other bookings or other people that use the location, it might be nice to have a definite time when those dates are known. So whether we give them first choice or they always seem to be around the same, but I'm just thinking there should be some requirement where when those dates aren't available for future bookings, throughout the year.
And through you, worship, that's a good point, Councillor Townsend. I think in previous years and moving forward, they since they have asked for 2 additional days, so there's 4 days that they may use the hall. It's the bookings are the same as for anybody. It's first come, first serve. If they want to book a fundraising event and the facility is already booked by somebody else, they need to consider that. So they could book them very early in the year or take their chances with their preferred date. It's, the facility bookings are first come, first serve, and the Ag Society would be the same for that. They wouldn't be guaranteed a specific date every year, unless they booked it. Does that help?
That's perfect, because
Okay.
if they're willing to either book early because they want the same date, or
Right.
they decide to take their chances, then it's their liability either way.
That's right.
I'm fine with that. And that was all my comments. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, so I'm just curious, in the past, obviously for the fall fair, there's 4 days that they use the facilities. They're asking for 4 additional days, but I thought I heard the clerk say something about They already had 2, so they're asking for 2 more. So that's like 8 days altogether, if we include the fall fair. Right? So I'm just curious, I know we talked about in our community group funding that we were going to maybe look at possibly giving up rental time in place of a donation. And I think this falls under that. So I know in Durham, we have an agreement with the Durham Agricultural Society, but that's part of that has to do with, we use their land as part of the ball diamonds, and then reciprocal, they use the facilities so many days a year. So I'm not sure, is this something we've done in the past and we've just sort of waived the fees for those days? And now we're looking at 4 more, and is that something that we're, I think, I mean, there's going to be other community groups coming to us asking for the same thing. So where are we on this?
Right. Through your worship, that's a good question, Councillor Hutchinson, and thank you for the opportunity just to clarify a bit. They have previously had the fall fair days plus 2 days throughout the year of free rental for whatever events. And they've asked for an additional 2 days. So they have the fall fair plus 4 days free rental. And in my report, I did add that financial implication to recognize the cost of each day rental. So if we proceed with a community grant program, not everything is a cash grant, but council and taxpayers can be council can be very transparent in their decision that this is a grant worth $347 a day for 4 days. So it's a grant in lieu of cash, so to speak, but it recognizes it on the books, and it puts a value to that waiving of fees. So it is more transparent. And I think whether or not we proceed with the community grant program, I think it's important that donations or waiving of fees, they are indeed donations and they do have a value, and that we recognize the value of them. And it's in lieu of cash, I would call it, if the treasurer would agree with that.
It's actually 8 days altogether.
It would be, yes.
Yeah, so you're looking at $2,500 roughly or more donation, which is fine. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just trying to get clarity on it, because in comparison, so we have already had a church group come to us and ask about using the hall, which I don't think we did anything with that. And I know the Lions group uses the hall a lot in Newstead. So I think, we're going to have to set some parameters when we start getting people coming to us and ask for free rentals. So just to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Right.
Further members of council? Okay, so we do have a motion at hand. Clerk Sherbrooke, could you please read that back?
Moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Townsend. The council hereby receives the report, Newstead Normanby Carrick Agricultural Society Agreement, and consider adopting the agreement in the bylaw portion of the agenda.
Any questions, member of council, before I call the vote? Councillor Townsend?
Yes, I'm wondering if the mover's agreeable to actually changing the insurance to the $2 million limit, which is pretty standard these days.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
I'll support that, Mayor Robinson.
Partly you'll support that, okay.
Yes, I will, Mayor.
And Councillor Townsend, you being the seconder? Okay, very good. All right, so at Clerk Sharbuck, I would suggest that if there's no further changes at the bylaw stage on that particular one, it would be as amended then. Okay, thank you. So any other questions with regard to the motion at hand? Seeing none then, all those in favor, please indicate with a raised hand. Councillor Hutchinson, may I just ask, is that a raised hand? I'm not certain. Okay,
Yep.
All right. 6 members of council voted in favor. This motion is carried. Okay, item 16.5.2, alternative voting methods. Clerk Sharbeck, could you read the motion at hand? And I'm certain you would have a presentation on this.
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that council receives the report and that council approves using internet and telephone voting as alternative voting methods in the 2022 municipal elections.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I move that motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, would that be you seconding this motion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you. Clerk Sharbeck, do you have a presentation with regard to this report?
Through you, your worship, I've just, if we are using, if it's council's, it is council's decision what voting method to use. So if it's anything other than traditional ballots, so paper ballots at a traditional in-person polling station, then we need to pass a bylaw that allows for alternative voting methods. And that's pursuant to the Municipal Elections Act. It's important to decide on those voting methods as early as possible, and it allows us to collaborate with our neighbors. If we're all doing the same type of voting, we can do a shared RFP, and quite often service providers, whether it's, and there's a number of service providers for every alternative voting method, they'll often give a discount of maybe 3% if some of us go together, or even a higher percentage discount if all of Grey County went together. Depends on the RFP process. So there is an opportunity for some sharing, not just of the work of the RFP, but also perhaps a little bit of cost savings there. My understanding is that the 2014 election was a traditional ballot election, and 2014 was telephone and internet alternative voting. And looking back through the election records, I see that there was a 13.4% increase in voter turnout, which is quite significant in municipal elections. So I would recommend continuing that process again. If there are continued issues with COVID variants, we're already in a safe position to move forward with that. I think that being said, there is a great opportunity. I know it was done last time, and we can certainly do the same and build on it for community education and outreach. So we would take those electronic polling stations per se out to the community to various locations and have staff there to assist. If there were any members or any voters that weren't able to access the vote from home, it does allow for a 24-hour voting period for the approximately 10 days prior to. So a much greater advance polling opportunity. And it does allow for West Grey voters to vote, to cast their ballot from wherever they are. So that the one great example I had in a previous election was a member of the armed forces was able to cast their ballot from Afghanistan for a local municipal election, which was a great opportunity for folks that make sure we are allowed to vote. So that's my recommendation, and certainly there are other voting methods available for council's consideration as well.
Well, thank you for that presentation. I did see Councillor Townsend. You had your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, two comments. Well, first of all, I'll start by saying I support it, and I think it went very well, and I was pleased to see the increased turnout. Whenever you can get more people to come out to an election, it's a success, regardless of the outcome. So that's really great. Two observations, though. The first one was there was a lot of concern about multi-voting. I know someone who got 6 ballots, a family. Only one person still resided in the house because they split up. That person voted 6 times. The same thing with people that were deceased, right? And I won't say I know the name because I don't, otherwise I would have reported them. But I know that it happened. And those kind of concerns get into the validity or the credibility behind it. So I'm wondering if you know if anyone's doing anything or has done anything in the last 4 years to improve that.
Okay, thank you. That's a good question. It's a really valid concern. And the reality is it doesn't matter about the voting methods. Vote by mail, for instance, has the same concerns. It comes down to the accuracy of our voters list. So I think in 2014, it was the first time using VoterView to work with our preliminary list of electors as provided by MPAC. We have an opportunity now. As you'll recall, you approved that contract with VoterView. So starting right now, staff are beginning to work on cleaning up that voters list. So that means the province has given us the authority to go ahead and remove the deceased. So any death records we have, the province has allowed us to use those for the purpose of updating our voters list. And I know it's very upsetting to be the family member who keeps getting this mail for a deceased family member. So it's really important. We're working really hard on that, cleaning that up. Another part is education. So getting the word out, starting now. Hey, do you have university kids? Have people moved? Have people changed their addresses? Let us know. And here's how you check if you're on the voters list, and just that constant update. So what we take from last voters list, VoterView takes that with our preliminary list of electors from MPAC and puts it together, and each difference or duplication is highlighted. And we go through one name by one name of any duplications. So sometimes it is the same name, but perhaps one was born in 1940 and one was born in 1960. So we know it might be a father and son. It's a lot of work to clean up that voters list, and it is the most effective way to make sure people get ballots that are supposed to get ballots, and only one ballot.
Super, thank you for that one. Yeah, my second question had to do with the failure on the last day of election.
Right.
And that was kind of regional, but different people, different jurisdictions dealt with it differently. And I got a lot of questions as to why we chose ours, why others chose theirs. Obviously, I couldn't answer that. I wasn't involved in that process.
Right.
But I'm wondering if there's going to be some standardization after that occurred. So if it occurs, there'll be a standard approach for dealing with it rather than having the variety or the discrepancy be quite large.
That also happened with one provider in 2010 election at about 7:30, about half an hour before the polls closed. And in 2014, it happened with Dominion, but it did not happen with Simply Voting or with Cytel, who are two other providers of the internet voting. And that's not to say, 2018. That's not to say that it couldn't happen to them in 2022, or there's no guarantee. But I think after the 2018 election, certainly the Grey County clerks are in discussions already about election preparation and possibly sharing some RFP work or some procedures. I think there will be a more standard response. It is up to the individual clerk how to respond to that. And it's quite a monkey wrench in your election day when that happens. So I think everybody responded the best they could to serve their community and make sure that that the voting was still fair. And it is for the voters. It's not for the clerk. It's not for the candidates. So I think moving forward, it will certainly be discussions, at least among Grey County clerks and probably with Bruce and Grey together, that what's our backup plan? And if it could be the same, it's a much easier messaging for us all to put out the same message if something should occur. So
Thank you very much. I'm glad to
definitely
see that.
something to work on.
Yeah, I'm glad to see there's some lesson learned and, we're moving forward. And like I said, I support it. I did back then, and I'll continue to do anything that gets more people out. I
Right.
think it's important to, they get their say. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Councillor Hutchinson, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the telephone internet. I know there were some issues with the telephone part of it, and it seemed to be a long, drawn-out process. Some of the seniors that tried to use it were frustrated, I think. So I don't know if that's really even should be in the mix. But as far as using the internet, I think the fact that if we put iPads in our library that they can vote at, we go into the seniors' homes with an iPad to get them to vote. I think we can do a lot of things to help vote. And I think we did that to really help the turnout. So I'd like to see us continue to do that for sure. And the other thing is, isn't there some move to sort of sync the voters list for the provincial election, federal election, and municipal, trying to get it all on the same page rather than having different lists for different areas? Isn't that happening?
Through you, Worship, really good questions, Councillor Hutchinson. Just on the first one with the telephone voting, it is for those of us that are used to getting our information through reading or seeing it in front of us, we get to go back up to the top of the list and remember what number 3 was and read it. So listening to a long list of them and which number to press is very difficult for us. But for people who are not sighted and are used to getting their information through hearing only, the telephone voting is just a very easy process for them. They don't think twice about how many names they're listening to. So that's the feedback I've received from vision impaired voters, and comments that I sought out from the Brantford School for the Deaf and Blind as well, just to see where we at with serving these voters.
Yeah.
So it is difficult for most of us to listen to that list. And I think if we can get the iPads out and the staff support out, as you said, in as many places as possible, and make sure that any voters who think they might have difficulty with it, call us. And we can make sure we get the assistance to them. As far as the voters list goes, there's a lot of confusion and people get very angry because the provincial election is just a few months before ours. So they think they're on the voters list. Then they find out they are not on the voters list at the last minute. And that's because we have never been privy to the provincial voters list. Municipal elections have always been based on property ownership. And that's why it's been an MPAC produced list of electors that we make our voters list out of. It's been a lot of years and a lot of clerks lobbying for that shared information once and for all. And there is agreement on that, but I believe it's not until 2024 that municipalities will have access to the provincial voters list. So it's again, a big education campaign to make sure people know that just because you voted in the provincial election, please check the voters list for our West Grey elections. Unfortunately, it's not ready to go for this one, but soon.
Yeah, good, thanks.
Anything further? Councillor Hamilton?
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just a couple of points to consider. I'd like council to consider a hybrid approach. I think the telephone voting and the internet voting, absolutely, let's do that again this year. And I think as a community, we all learned a lot through the process, and it'll be a lot easier the second time around. I'm confident about that too. But the reason I suggest having some sort of modified paper and pencil option, so not traditional polling stations, don't get me wrong, but just some sort of option at some point in the process for paper and pencil, that is the feedback I received from the community during the election and also after the election. And in particular for some people who've been voting their whole lives, they found themselves in a situation where they had to ask their grandkid or their daughter or a staff member to help them vote. And I think there was a loss of integrity and independence in their ability to vote because they needed some assistance to do that. And they would have preferred a pencil and paper way is some of the feedback I've been receiving. So I'd like council to consider having that option. And so I guess I just would like to ask the clerk what a hybrid model might look like a modified pencil and paper option. What would that look like? Thank you.
For sure. There is an option of a hybrid. What that means is running two elections, two parallel elections. It's not one election with all the options. And paper and pencil means traditional voting stations. So it does mean staffing those stations, and I would expect renting tabulators for the results at the end of the night. So there is the cost of that second election, although it is possible to do the internet and telephone for the preliminary election all the way right up till close of polls, and have traditional polling locations only on voting day for people that want the paper ballot. However, on the flip side of that, many voters with mobility issues and seniors that don't drive have noted that it's the first time they have independence in voting, and they don't need to ask their neighbor for a ride. So it's
yeah,
it's a little bit of both perspectives. And I haven't looked into costing running that parallel paper ballot election. I guess I would leave that up to council's discretion for sure.
Okay, thank you for that. And the paper ballot, we wouldn't necessarily have to have as many traditional polling stations as we did in the past. Like, are you able just to say there's one place to register your paper ballot and that's at the office, or is that a possibility?
Through you, Your Worship, that's a good question. I'll have to think about that. I don't think if one paper polling location is available, which voters get to be closest to it and which ones have to drive the furthest to it. So do we have it in Ayton only or in Durham only? Or it's hard to make that fair unless we have more than one option for them. So I think if we're doing paper ballots, then that is a paper ballot election, and maybe fewer locations than in 2014. But I think it would be tough to offer just one. I'm not sure. I'll have to think about that more, actually.
Okay. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. And just one more thought regarding the telephone. I too received some feedback. The telephone was a bit difficult, and we should do the telephone again. But one idea I had was if there was a written out script of what the telephone message is, so that people can follow along. I think that would have been of assistance. So whatever the machine says, it's written out and people can see it on a piece of paper. And then the other concern was alphabetical. I felt really bad for people who had a last name W versus someone who had a last name A, because when you pull up voting on the computer screen, you see all the names at once, or if you have a paper ballot, all at once. But on the telephone, it was one name at a time, and that last name was always last. Right. I don't know what we do about that, but it did seem, I thought that was a little unfair to those people, that some people might not wait to get to the end of the list.
And yes, through your worship, that's a good point. Some people don't read the list either. They pick the first one automatically. So if your name starts with A, it's an advantage.
Right.
But whether you're reading a list or listening to a list, it's, I guess, just educating the voter. But having that printed list on the information that goes out with the PIN number to access your telephone vote, that might allow people to look at the list and listen. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, and actually, yeah, absolutely. But also the script, like what the person is saying, so that you can, what you're hearing, you also see. I had a couple individuals share that they got kicked out of the phone voting before they were done voting. And I think they probably just hit a wrong button along the way. And it was quite upsetting that they didn't get to complete that process. So
Right, and that is, it's very upsetting if you think you've lost your vote.
yeah.
And it's just by pressing a button. And I think we can work with our service provider to make sure that script and that list is included with our notification. I'm not sure on the details of how that will look. It'll depend on which service provider we go with. But it's also back to the education piece. If you aren't sure whether you're on the computer or on the phone, did my vote actually go through? I can, from the administrative end, look and see if your ballot was cast. I can't see what you voted for until the votes. I can't connect a vote to a name, but I can see if your PIN number successfully voted. So they can call in and say, I think I got kicked out before I voted. I can check. If they did indeed, if their PIN number isn't related to a cast ballot, I can give them a new number and they can start that process again, or a number that will allow them, perhaps they voted for mayor, deputy mayor, and then press the wrong button and miss their council vote. I can provide a PIN number that just allows that. So I think if voters knew for sure that if you're not sure what just happened there, give us a call and we can sort it out and confirm that, yes, your ballot went into the ballot box, or no, here's a try at that again. Does that education piece help? I hope it
Thank
will.
you. Yeah, I think it would. And in this instance, the person wasn't done voting, but I guess they hit a button at some point and then whoosh, away went their ballot. And they were in tears because they still wanted to vote for a few more people, contacted the office, and there was no way of getting that back. So I'll just share that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's all, Mayor Rob. So I guess I'd be leaning towards, I think I'd want a little bit more information about a hybrid approach before solidifying just on phone and internet. So perhaps, may I ask the clerk, it sounds like the clerk might have a few question marks around that too. So if council directed the clerk to come back with information about a hybrid approach, would that be, would that fit the clerk's timeline? Would that, if I may ask the clerk that, please. Thank you.
Certainly, Clerk Sharbeck. We do have a motion on the floor, so could you also address that along with Councillor Hamilton's inquiry?
Yes, the motion on the floor is to proceed with, let me just read it. Sorry. Is to proceed with internet and telephone voting as alternate voting methods. If it's council's wish to include something other than that, perhaps that motion should be amended to add that other option, or request that it not proceed with alternate voting until such time as further information is. I think you need an amendment there.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Back to Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Would it make sense to say that council approves using internet and telephone voting methods, and that the clerk report back to council with possible options for paper ballots? And so I suggested that way because I think there's consensus that we want to move ahead with internet and telephone voting, but we're unsure about the paper piece. So would that allow the clerk to move forward with internet and telephone and just come back with the paper part? So that'd be my amendment.
For sure.
Thank you.
So at the appropriate time, clerk, could you please read the amendment moved by Councillor Hamilton? And I will see if there's any other, a seconder, and if there's any questions, and then go to the main motion after that.
So the amendment moved by Councillor Hamilton, that the main motion be amended by adding, and that the clerk report back to council with options for paper ballots as well.
And you're good with the language? Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Is there a seconder for this amendment? Councillor Shea, will you be seconding this?
I will second it, and I have a question pertaining to it.
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you for the clerk. When we did the election last time, I understand we did like special polling accommodations, for example, at Rockwood.
Mhm.
Where somebody, I presume a staff member or two, would go and bring an iPad and be there for a day, perhaps?
That's
or-
right.
Right. And they went to, I presume, to different locations throughout the municipality on different
Yes.
days. Would it be possible for a paper system to use a similar model, that they would just be like, the paper voting is going to be in Ayton on Tuesday, it's going to be in Newstead on Wednesday, it's going to be at Rockwood on Thursday, and the paper voting would be permitted? I'll just put it out there. You're going to prepare a report on paper voting, so I just would like you to see if that would be possibly an option that could be considered. So we don't have to set up 5 polling stations with 5 sets of staff, that we could have one polling station with one set of staff that would move around during the 10 days of the voting period.
So as advanced voting polls. So have perhaps 5 advanced voting polls, but only one location each time.
Yes.
For the paper ballots.
Yes.
While the advanced voting polls for internet and telephone is going on at the same time. Am I understanding right? Okay, yeah, for sure. I'll look at those options as well.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions with regard to the amendment? Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, I think the big factor I would be looking at is the cost. What's the additional cost to do paper versus doing the other? So I would look forward to that part of it too. Thank you.
Okay. Further questions? Seeing none on the amendment, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The amendment to the motion has carried. Clerk Sharbuck, I wonder if you could read the main motion.
Through your worship, that council receives the report, alternative voting methods, and that council approves using internet and telephone voting as alternative voting methods in the 2022 municipal elections, and that the clerk report back to council with options for paper ballots as well.
That was moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Shea. Are there any questions on the main motion? Seeing none to the main motion, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of the main motion. The motion has carried. We're now moving on to 16.5.3 revised procedural bylaw. Let me just get this. Clerk Sharbuck, could you read the recommendation, please?
Through your worship, the recommendation is that council receives the report, revised procedural bylaw, and the council hereby directs that the final procedural bylaw be placed on the next regular agenda for council's consideration.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving this motion?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, I'll move the motion.
Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, I second the motion, and I do have some observations.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I actually have 6 of them. If you go to section 1.26, it says that the mayor can be ex officio to participate and vote. And elsewhere it says no vote, because I think that's what we agreed. So
That's
I think accidentally it was only changed in one place, not both.
Okay,
Right.
no, that's certainly, I'll go to Clerk Sharbuck, but that was, the intent was to have it that certainly I can attend, or the mayor, but certainly I can attend any of the meetings, but there would not, it wouldn't be for the vote or quorum. Clerk Sharbuck, just a comment on that for clarity.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. That was an omission there. I'll correct that right now. And this is why this is brought back one last time.
Yes.
Just to go through it and make sure that when the final version comes back, that council's ready to vote on it and that we've given notice properly. So I've got that noted. Thank you.
Okay.
Please continue.
Next.
4.5.8.5. It's on page 131 of our package. Well, sorry, the old package, I guess.
I'm sorry, what was the number? 4.5?
4.5.8.5.
Okay,
And it says if the audio or video connection is interrupted or lost, then the member may rejoin the closed session by telephone attendance. Excuse me. The interesting part is if you lose your video in a closed session, that's no different than if you come in by telephone. So I'm assuming that should really only say if you lose audio. So if you lose audio, you can remain, and if you lose both, obviously, then you can come in through telephone. But
I would say through your worship, if, how about we take out audio or video and say if the connection is interrupted or lost, then the member may rejoin by telephone.
exactly, that's a good way
Okay.
to do it. Thank you.
Is that cleaner?
It is. Yes.
Thank you, got it. That's my
Okay.
next.
Where are we here? I'm just scrolling down to each one. The 6.8 deals with emergency management. And I know there's a report coming because of our experience in COVID. But the interesting part is that it talks about interacting with council, but like through that section, but the emergency control has been behaving differently. So I'm wondering, perhaps not now, but at some point, we should look at syncing those two because they seem to be different. The experience during the pandemic has been different than what's outlined here, right? And yet, I think a lot of this was meant to be in place anyway. So I'm a little concerned about that lack of consistency.
So I think through your worship, this deals specifically with council meetings. So if there's an emergency declared, council can come together with a meeting right away to find out what this declaration is about or to deal with any urgent business under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act. This does not impact our emergency control groups meetings at all that are also pursuant to the same legislation. It's just that all of council can get together and we don't have to give 48 hours notice. If there's an emergency declared, we can call a meeting in the next 10 minutes and gather everybody up and do what needs to be done. But so it is very separate from the emergency control group then setting up, which is not all of council, and they don't have those 48-hour notice requirements that we do as a council body. So I think I believe that's correct. I forget exactly all the details of the report coming forward, but there was my understanding is there'll be a little bit of explanation of how this Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act really sets out who does what between council and the emergency control group. So I think there'll be further clarification there for that, but this
I
is
wasn't suggesting
specific
a
to the
change.
council.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting a change. I just said I'd like to look at those two together and just make sure they're consistent in behavior ultimately as the role of council. With an emergency is an emergency.
Right.
It deals literally just with council side. I appreciate that. I'm just pointing out that with the other report coming, let's look at the whole picture at once and make sure we're covering it off on both sides. Nothing's falling through and nothing appears to be untoward. That's all.
And Councillor, that's a very good point. And I have to say that this section was most important when we were dealing with the tornado back in 2009. So the ability for council to gather rather quickly in the absence of the prescribed notice period was most beneficial for the update in regard to the natural disaster at hand. And then as it was in the recovery stage, that council was able to get together. So it was also most helpful when we were dealing with the just everything with regard to Director Mighton, can you just refresh my memory in terms of the citizens that did not have the insurance? There was an opportunity within our council purview, the council of the day. Could you just remind me of that overarching funding that was available?
With the state of emergency, it used to be called ODRAP, the Ontario
ODRAP.
Disaster Relief Assistance Program. It has changed now and they apply directly to the province, as opposed to, we set up a separate committee for it at the time. So that program has changed, and now we deal directly with the province for our expenses, and homeowners or individuals, the private individuals would deal directly with the province as well. But at the time it was Ontario Disaster Relief Assistance Program is what that was under.
Yes, and thank you, OJAP. It was most important that council be able to get together and address that matter. So I just wanted to provide a little more information with regard to in my opinion, the necessity of this particular clause. You still have the mic, Councillor Townsend.
Okay, thank you. 11.1.10 and 11.3 basically say the same thing. I just wondered why we had the same thing repeated so close together as well.
Sorry, 11.1.3.
No, 11.1.10
Oh, okay.
and then 11.3.
Okay, yes, we did talk about this one other time. They do actually say very different things. So 11.1.10 is a responsibility of the chair to vacate the chair, to move or second a motion. And 11.3 is more a description of how this is going to happen. So 11.1.10 says it's their duty to do that. And 11.3 says this is how it's done. They may call the deputy mayor. If the deputy mayor is not there or unable to assume the chair, they may choose an alternate member as the chair. It just flushes out the details of the how to carry out duty number 11.1.10.
Okay, I just wondered if you'd lose anything if you took out 11.1.10. That was all. That's fine. 22.7. Moving down quite a bit.
Notice to the public.
Oops, just getting to my comments here. Yes, there's a reference to section 4.8 that I believe should now be 4.9 because there was some renumbering of some sections.
Yes, that's a good catch. Thank you. I'll fix that.
Okay. And the last one has to do with the easy reference guide that is no longer here. It wasn't in our package.
Okay, the easy reference guide won't be adopted by bylaw. It's your working paper or a handy guide to have with you, but it's not part of the bylaw. So we can change it as we need to and amend it as we go and add, perhaps there's an item that council wants further information on, or if legislation changes, we just swap it out in there without having to redo the bylaw. But I can send out, it was revised to, I think, change the wording just a little bit on how delegations present. Right. It was the direction from council to say that, not that they're limited to 10 minutes, but perhaps reflect that in more positive language. So it says are provided or allowed up to 10 minutes for their presentation. So there was a few minor tweaks in that, but that's a document that we can add to. If there's something you're always looking up in the procedural bylaw or something that's causing confusion, we can add to that easy reference guide anytime we want. Further explanations to flush out a certain section of the bylaw or to update legislative changes, however, whatever council's wishes, but it does save bringing back the procedural bylaw and going through that, those notice provisions to change it. So I will definitely send that out to everybody, and it will certainly be included with the bylaw on our website as an accompanying document, but not part of the bylaw. Does that help?
It does.
Okay,
I understand the distinction, but we still had commented on it.
Right.
So I was hoping to be able to see those at the same time. That was all. So I didn't do a review of that because I don't have it yet.
Okay.
That was my only observation.
That was it, Counselor?
Sorry,
That concludes your comments?
that was the last comment. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Counselor Shay?
Thank you, Mayor. To that point, that last point, Clerk, we talked about having a handout for citizens who are going to be doing delegations.
Yes.
That's not this document, is it? Because this document seems overly technical. I mean, the quick guide seems overly technical.
I think, through your worship, that's a good point, Councillor Shay. And that handout, that how to, or what's it, the expectations, how to address council, information sheet is going to be part of the delegation request process. So they don't have to read any of these pages to know how they can talk to their council and what the expectations are. We can make that much easier for the residents.
Thank you.
And save a lot of pages of reading, for sure.
I did have a couple of other points. I'm going to come back to the one that Councillor Townsend raised about 11.1.10 and 11.3 and their similarity about the chair vacating the chair. There is one inconsistency between the two items. The first, and it has caused us issues in the past, 11.1.10 says the chair shall vacate the chair in order to move or second a motion. And 11.3 says if the chair wishes to move or second a motion or enter into debate on a specific topic. So that's right. That's an inconsistency. I think they should both say the same thing, one or the other. Do you concur, Clerk?
That's, I see it as two separate issues, but if you want to, 11.1.10 to add or debate, then we can add that if that adds clarity.
I think that's more consistent.
I think so too.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had a couple of other.
Hang on, give me a sec.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready. Thanks.
Two other really minor ones, and then one not so minor. In the section on deferring, it says that a motion to defer, including a motion to defer indefinitely. But I believe you've advised us whenever we're making a motion to defer that we need to specify a timeline or a deadline for the deferring. That's 19.5. So I just wondered if we actually meant that we should have the ability to defer indefinitely, or should we clean that up?
Oh, this is, okay, I understand what you're asking. Through your worship, 19.5 is consideration of a matter previously deferred. So if you're deferring a matter now, there should be a date. So 19.4 says the motion should include the time or period within which it will be deferred to, and an explanation of the purpose of the deferral. However, if previously there had been a motion or some matter deferred and the date of bringing it back hadn't been set, then we still need a way to get that back on the agenda. And if a member of council wants it brought back, or if it's been discovered that it's never been brought back, but now it's time, or there's further information to bring back, then staff has the opportunity to bring that back and get it addressed as well. That, hey, remember this deferral item? We've got more information and would like to council to consider it again. So it's, yes, if you're deferring, we need a date or a timeline and a reason. But if there's something lingering from the past that had not had a date, we have a way to get it back on the agenda and addressed.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. That helps me. Another one is on page 7, 2.4. It's got that phrase about he shall be she. Sounds a little too gender fluid for West Grey, I would suggest. Do we need to have that gender caveat in this document? Is there some legal requirement for that? I don't think we use the word he or she anywhere in this document.
I'm not, I can't say for certain. I don't think it's specifically he or she anywhere in here. It just clarifies if somebody wanted to make a fuss because it said she somewhere, that it means whoever, he or she.
So
It's a small.
could I propose alternate wording? And that would be that any gendered language in this document shall deemed to be gender neutral?
Sorry, that any gender.
Any gendered language in this document shall be deemed to be gender neutral.
Okay, I've got it. Is there any objection to that that language change there? I think it's more appropriate moving on in these times.
Okay.
Clerk Sherbeck, are you asking the members of council or just Councillor
Would ask members of council if there's no objection. I've made that amendment.
Okay, I am seeing that everybody seems to be okay with that. Thank you.
And finally, I'm just reflecting that you have suggested that we be limited to speaking twice to an issue. And I understand the logic for that. And I think that that is probably a good idea. But it's going to require a culture shift within this council. And so I'm just advising us that if we're going to adopt this principle of speaking twice, we're all going to have to develop a new set of skills for how we present our argumentation, how we ask our questions, and how we engage in the conversation. So I like the sort of fluid back and forth, endless conversation style that we do, but I recognize that it leads to 8-hour meetings that I don't really want to participate in. So I'm quite happy to try this speaking twice policy, but I think we're going to have to try and stick with it and sort of enforce it fairly rigorously until we get in the habit. And there might be a couple of ruffled feathers in the process of transitioning. So I just wanted to make that observation. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, the speaking twice is in our current bylaw.
Well, then I think
we just haven't been paying that much attention to it.
We've been trying to move her in first-time speaker and second-time speaker, and I know members of council, and I certainly encouraged it from the beginning of our term to have members of council speak on items and to encourage members of council to ask questions. So I think we do a lot of questioning and discussion, and I think that's wonderful. But I'm looking forward to this new procedural bylaw that would have the first and second time speakers. I think we're ready for our new procedural bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you as well. I do see Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Just a couple tiny little points.
Certainly.
On page 4, 1.22, I think what's underneath the paragraph, I think that was intended to be deleted, the absurd, frivolous, unwarranted part.
Oh, sorry. Yes, that was.
Oh, that's okay. That's what I thought. No worries.
That was part of a definition for dilatory motions, which is really not necessary at all.
Okay, perfect.
So that was removed, but the subheadings were not removed. So thanks for that.
Oh, thank you.
Page marker there.
Thank you. And then just a clarification question to our clerk. I'm unsure the difference between division of motion and separate the vote. Are they different or are they the same thing? And that would be page 26 and page 28. Thank you.
Can I have a look at that?
Councillor, may I please ask the section number?
Oh, yeah. I just wrote the pages down, 26 and 28, but let me see if I can find that.
That's fair enough. Thank you.
It was called separate the vote, and the other one was division of motion.
Okay.
19.9.
Oh, 20.6 is separate the vote.
Okay,
Um,
maybe I'm wrong.
Yes.
19.9 is the division.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend.
um, It is, through you, your worship, it's a similar enough process. I guess it's at different stages of the voting process.
Okay.
But I think for clarity, we could bring that together into one. So regardless of what time we're at in the voting process, before we touch it, or partway through and it gets muddied, that it's the same process. Any member can ask that we divide the question or separate the question or whatever it is. So I think that the timing of when that's allowed could be general and not separate it. Would that sort of tidy that up a little bit? I think for most people, it sounds like the same thing.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That, yeah, that there'd be one process and you can use it either before or during voting. Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Didn't know if I was missing something.
I'll make that change unless I don't see any objections. So we'll have that in the final version.
Perfect. And then I just, there's one tiny typo on page 31, 22.11. The third sentence says hair instead of chair. That's all. Thank you.
Oh, that has been fixed. And actually, a member of the public who happens to be with us today gave me the heads up on that. Sounded pretty silly without the C. So thank you.
So thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Members of council, is there anything further? Councillor Hutchinson?
I'm just looking, I just can't find it right now. Wasn't something in here about the finance records, the accounts not being in our agendas? Was that in the bylaw or was that just something we discussed?
Clerk Sherbach?
Yes, there was some motion, there was a resolution passed by council to not include the vouchers in the agenda. In the order of business that's in the bylaw is section 8. So that's page 14 of the bylaw. I'm not sure what page that is of our package. It has the order of business, and actually vouchers wasn't actually part of the order of business before. It fell under the finance director's reports. So it always fell under staff reports, but council has directed that we don't include that long list of vouchers in the package. I know there was concern about people wanting to see that. I assure you it's not related to fiduciary duty. However, if there was a question from council or for a member of the public, they could certainly contact the Treasury Department for information or clarification on any specifics in that.
So when is that going to take place? Since we had the vouchers on today, is it for next meeting?
Well, I'm not sure if there'll be vouchers on the next meeting. I'll ask Director Mike. It would be, it could take place at any time moving forward because the motion was passed. We've been sort of holding off until implementing significant changes until the procedural bylaw was passed, even though it really is dealt with under staff reports.
Right.
So I would say moving forward that we'll go forward without that long list of vouchers actually incorporated into the package. So there'll be much fewer pages.
I
So I
see
see
Director Mighton.
Director Mighton on there now. I did ask the question if the vouchers could be posted on the website for those people that were interested in seeing them. And I know one of our members likes to get a hard copy of the vouchers. So is that still going to be available?
Part of the issue was making, it is a process getting them accessible. So if, like, I hadn't expected to have staff still do the work of preparing the report if it wasn't a report to council. But specific questions could certainly be directed to the Treasury Department. I'm not sure what council's, if there was something specific direction to that, I don't recall. Perhaps Carrie
see the
recalls.
vouchers, they can't ask the question. If they don't see the voucher, they can't ask questions, right? So that was a concern. Some people like to see the vouchers, and I don't have a problem being off the agenda, but I just like them to be accessible, that someone, if they want to look at them, they could. It's a public document, right?
Okay. Director Mike, do you have any comment? I know we've addressed this through resolution, but could you please assist with the inquiry?
Yep, just looking for council direction on whether you want me to continue to go to the work of preparing them. If they're not on the website, is it just that someone can view them here? Just looking for council direction on what they envision this to look like.
Councillor Hutchinson, do you have a vision?
Well, I was suggesting the website so that if someone wanted to look at them, they could, not to be included in the package, our agenda package, which is fine. But I know I do like to look at them, and some other people have reached out to me, said they would like to see them continue to be in the agenda. But I'm saying, well, as long as you can get to them, maybe it's not an issue if they want to ask questions. So how much work would it be, Director Mayton, to put a link onto the website that somebody could go to them if they want to?
I think it's still requires I produce it, and then we have to make it accessible. So there's that conversion piece. But it's not everyone has access to the website. So it's having it available in both formats as well.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well,
sorry.
I'll leave it there, I guess.
Okay, Councillor Shea.
I appreciate that people are interested in seeing the vouchers, including you, Councillor Hutchinson, but I do think that it is probably a significant amount of work for staff, and I don't think we have seen any increased financial accountability as a result of having vouchers available. It's not like we've said, oh, look, we double paid this bill last month, or this is somebody paid for a vacation to Cuba out of the vouchers. So I think the interest in vouchers is more an interest, a kind of a curiosity about how the municipality is run. Oh, we've just replaced a parking lot in Ayton. Oh, we're halfway through doing the staircase by the Ball Diamonds in Durham. So I think it's more a curiosity issue that people have rather than a financial accountability issue. It's not like we have citizens coming to us saying, I discovered this in the vouchers and I want somebody to be held accountable. So I support not having staff prepare vouchers for council or public because I think that they have a lot on their hands already. I am interested in having more regular financial reports, things that will say we're over budget, we're under budget, we're on budget. Those sort of high level discussions where different managers and those managers' overseers can be doing this sort of fiduciary analysis that's required to find problems, if there are ever any problems. But I don't think the vouchers really help us with that. So I would support leaving vouchers to the side. Thank you. And if I think we did a resolution to that effect, if we need a motion, I'd be happy to move that.
Clerk Sharpak, do we need a motion at this time for dealing with the vouchers? I'm just inquiring first, and as
Through you, Your Worship, we don't at this time because it's sort of a motion to not do something. So we don't really need it. We do have a motion on the floor just regarding the procedural bylaw. I would think that if it continues to be an issue, that there's opportunity at a future meeting to bring forward a motion to do something, like to post a link on the website or take action with providing the voucher information. If that's your wish, Councillor Hutchinson, we could do that as a separate motion outside of the procedural bylaw piece. More about a communication piece on the website.
So I
Does
see
that
that
help?
Councillor
This
Shays,
doesn't shut it down forever, or it's just not in the procedural bylaw.
thank you. I do see Councillor Shay, have you completed your comments? Thank you. Back to Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, so I'm fine. We can go that route. We did talk about getting quarterly reports to see where we were on the budget for, are we still going ahead with that? Did we move to do that or not?
Clerk Sherbach?
To your worship, yes, I believe Director Mighton has a report coming to the March 16th meeting. I think that's the date. She's nodding yes. And that will set out in a lot more detail her plan to bring forward that budget to actual variance reporting throughout the year.
Okay, all right, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very good. Am I seeing any other questions before we have the clerk read the motion? Clerk Sherbach, could you please read the motion and then I will call the vote.
Through you, your worship, the motion moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Townsend is that council receives the report, revised procedural bylaw, and that council hereby directs that the final procedural bylaw be placed on the next regular agenda for council's consideration.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Okay, before we go on to our next item, I do want to remind council that we do have a special council meeting at 4:30 today. That's just my quick public service announcement. As we move on to 16.6 CAO, our CAO has 3 reports. The first one, 16.6.1, Municipal Modernization Program Intake 2. Let me see. Clerk Sherbach, could you please read the recommendation?
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that council receives the report, CAO Municipal Modernization Program Intake 2 for information.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving this motion?
This is Deputy Mayor, I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shay, are you seconding this motion?
I second the motion.
Thank you. Madam CAO, do you have some information to provide us?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to members of council and the community. The provincial government has just released an opportunity for another grant application program, Intake 2 of the Municipal Modernization Program. This is focused on 2 specific streams, the implementation stream and the review stream. The implementation stream is designed for any initiatives that may have come out of the first intake of the Specialized Municipal Modernization Program for municipalities that took advantage of that. For West Grey, we are looking at the review stream, and as the report outlines, it's a wonderful opportunity, perfect timing from my perspective, for a operations review. Just completed a comprehensive and extensive organizational and compensation review. So this is the natural flow through that would give us the opportunity to look at how our services and how our corporation is functioning operationally. I would also like to note that the treasurer was very helpful in composing this report. It really was a team effort. So some of the specifics of the grant and eligibility, I would defer to her if questions arise. But essentially what we're looking at is a deadline that's fast approaching. I believe it's the 15th of March, and bringing this to council to advise that we're quite interested in applying for the grant, seeing how we are awarded that. Then the operations review would begin Much like the organizational review, it would be produced by a third party. It would have a public report on the website for the public to review, and any actions out of that would be for council's consideration in future meetings. The biggest component of the grant is that the first intake of what they referred to initially as unconditional, then I believe the province put a few parameters around that unconditional grant. Either those funds have been spent or are committed or have been intended to be allocated prior to the application of intake 2 of this specialized grant. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions. And again, our treasurer is available to assist with some of the technical questions that will likely come our way. Thank you.
Very good, and thank you. Members of council, questions? Councillor Townsend?
On the intake 1, there was an offset levy increase of 110,700, which I thought council requested get reversed because we weren't supposed to do that. Can that be confirmed?
Director Meighton.
I don't recall being reversed. You will add that to your levy then this year, if that's what you're speaking of. But that was how we had used some of the funds at the time, but we could certainly reallocate it to a different purpose, but that did reduce your tax levy in 2019.
I guess what I'm saying is I thought when we looked at that in 2020's budget, we had then been notified that we weren't supposed to do that. And I thought we had to take corrective action. If we haven't, that's fine. I just want to get it straight in my mind because I keep thinking we do every time I see the number. And if we didn't, that's fine. Let's move on, right?
I would agree. You could move on from that. It's
I used it.
That's how you used it. Yeah.
Okay. So my second question has to do with the electronic sign update. Is that actually working and functional now, or is that a future allocation?
It's a future allocation that we're looking at getting it fixed or replaced, repaired, so that we can enhance our communications to the public in that format.
Okay. And my last comment has to do with the intake 2, and that is I'll support any grant you can get and any action to try to get one. So, and I think you know that. I would like to see us look at, I'm going to call it process improvement, but efficiencies primarily. I think we've had the organization review and we know what the headcount requirements are if we stay where we are, right? But if we are investing in new technology or new processes or whatever, I think there should be a business case that proves that we are going to do better. We are being more efficient. Because if we never look at that, we're just going to keep growing people, and we can't do that infinitum. It's just not going to happen. We won't be able to afford it. We'll end up like we have with our assets and infrastructure. So I'm really hoping that if we do it, we really look at it from an efficiency and process improvement perspective. And then once we get there, we should be able to either free up resources to do what we've already got on our plate, or use those resources to do some of the things we're unable to do rather than just keep adding. But it'll show the public as well that we're looking at both ends of the stick. We're not just looking at adding people. We're also looking at trying to do better and get more done at the same time. So that would be my my request, rather than saying, yeah, you're based on what you're doing today, you're again, I'm going to confirm you're one person short. So my theory is, how do you get one person's work away from that through efficiency and investment in whatever funds that, council decides that we can afford, or through the modernization fund, right?
Madam CAO?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and Councillor Townsend. That is exactly why I believe that this piggybacks really well on the org review. The gaps that are identified in the organizational review really identify positions or opportunities to make sure that we're meeting legislative requirements and the current model. However, I believe an operations review will continue to identify opportunities. Some we've already taken. Some of the software that we've introduced has been leveraged to speed up our processes, but it's still people heavy, and I would look forward to suggestions on how we find that sweet spot. So I'm aligned with your ideas as well. Thank you for that.
I'm hoping my comments were not misunderstood to the point of saying you're inefficient, you're not doing it right. You know that much better than I do, believe me, but I do believe that we can always do better. And, if you get the aid and you get the support and someone's willing to pay for it, I mean, that's a trifecta in my point. So anyway, thank you for the confirmation. That's great. Good luck.
Thank you.
Councillor
Thank you.
Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Could our Director of Finance let us know on the list that's provided which items we have already spent versus what is the allocation list?
Certainly.
Thank you.
So we get down to the Equinox, down about the Equinox, though anything above that has been spent. And then we've got everything, the additional, we've done some of the Tom rims, but the largest share, about $15,000 of it is we have in our 2021 budget. And same with the rest of those items are all part of 2021 projects that we hope to get accomplished this year.
Okay, thank you. That helps. Well, for council's consideration, I have a few ideas I'd like to share in terms of allocating the remaining funding for projects. If I might just put these ideas out to council for your consideration. And I'm looking at like one-time projects so that we wouldn't be impacting next year's levy. But I note that, for example, fire requested thermal imaging cameras. I think that's not a frequent request. Perhaps we could use this funding to offset the levy for that. Public Works, the speed signs that were requested from a traffic committee. Perhaps this grant could be used to offset that, and that would offset our current levy as well. Consideration to the ice resurfacer, Normanby. And I know, oh, I'm sorry, Director Mighton, did you want me to pause after each one?
Just as, if I may, if you can also itemize which projects that you want removed from the list, because that list does utilize 100% of the funding. Down to about $90. So just to remind you, okay, if we're adding something in, what is it that we're going to strike from the list?
Okay,
yeah, just so that
sure.
that can be part of the conversation. Thank you.
Absolutely. So maybe I'll start with the ads, but yeah, I absolutely hear what you're saying. The fire cameras, the speed signs, and I wondered about the ice resurfacer in full or in part. I know that we have some money in the reserves, so that's just a question mark. I know we were considering like an electric version, so I think that's modern, it's efficient, and it would be helpful to have that extra help, and it would offset the levy. So those are some current projects I wondered about using this funding for. And then I'll put out 3 new ideas that council hasn't heard yet. One would be to use part of the funding for climate action plan. I know council's indicated that we are to develop a climate action plan, but there's no funding in place at this time. And I think that's modern and also efficient in that we would be reducing our energy use through that climate action plan. And so that's one idea. I did connect also with the library just to see, as a board member of the library, just to see if they had any efficient or modern ideas. And the library could certainly, through COVID, would certainly would benefit from laptops, perhaps lending sewing machines, audio video equipment for programming, laptops for staff to use while working from home during COVID lockdowns, upgrading computer screens, upgrading the phone system to link all 3 buildings together. And another project was a local history database, digitizing that as well. So that's another consideration. And then just looking at my role on Elmwood Board, one of their future capital projects would be upgrading the LED lights inside Elmwood as another idea. I did not put price tags to these yet, and certainly I can, Director Whiting. I just wanted to float these ideas as we consider allocating the remaining of the funding. So I'll just open it up as ideas for consideration. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor. Madam CIO, I believe I saw your hand up. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the director asked my question, so I'm fine for now. Thank you.
Okay, I just have a question. I'm trying to find it in the report again. The deadline for submission. I just can't seem to locate it as we're moving through. Could I just have a date when we need to submit? Madam CAO?
Yes, thank you. In the next steps of the report, applications are due by March 15th, 2021.
Thank you. Members of council, questions? Councillor Shea, then Councillor Townsend.
Yes, so I'm just still getting my head around this in terms of what's already been allocated and what the mandate of the grant was. And I know the director is steering us away from the 2019 levy offset as a done deal. But a number of these items which were just proposed are coming out of the current levy. And so if we were to incorporate them in this grant, like I'll just take, for example, an ice resurfacer. Let's just say it's $110,000. If we said we want to put $110,000 towards this ice resurfacer, an electric ice resurfacer, and we're going to cancel that 2019 levy offset of $110,000, those would balance out. Our taxes, our levy request this year would not be any different than what it is. I would be happier sending in a report to the government that says we spent, part of your grant on getting an electric ice resurfacer than saying we spent part of your grant lowering our tax levy in 2019. So I don't want to reopen that 2019 topic just for the point of opening it, but I think we could play a little bit of a numbers game here and apply this grant to some current year projects that would be more in keeping with the purpose and nature of the grant. So I did note that some of the items in this list, the earlier list that was presented by the director, didn't jive with numbers we had seen in the past. Like I thought we were looking at a $50,000 phone upgrade, but in here it's described as a $100,000 phone upgrade. Has that changed, or could we get some clarity on that?
Yep. So yeah, in light of if we were trying to expand the number of buildings, incorporating the library in that, and not knowing the full breadth of the project, but if it's going to expand, trying to make it all encompassing, looking at including all the buildings type. I don't know how complicated because I haven't looked into it, but it was just a number to try to hope that we incorporated it if we'd also be looking at additional facilities. So if I may, I think that Councillor Hamilton has introduced some interesting ideas, and I don't know if people were jotting them down as she was speaking, I have, that we probably just need to prioritize. So perhaps instead of extending the phone expansion to all of the buildings, we could leave it where it was planned and adopt the climate action plan instead. I'll also point out, and I'm on the police service board, and I certainly don't want to do any disservice to the police service board. I'm a big supporter, but the $90,000 item there was already allocated to come out of the police capital reserve. So we had a no impact to the levy source for funding that already. So
by us putting it into this grant, it's basically a contribution to the police reserve. And I'm just thinking that we could be doing things that are more proactive than contributing to a reserve, like the Public Works speed signs or a new truck for the fire department, a new pickup truck for the fire department. But I'll leave it there for now. I'm sure other councillors want to weigh in.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah, can I make a suggestion that, I don't know how time sensitive to get this figured out, but seems to me that we're really into budget here and what we're going to do with the excess monies from this fund. I'd like to look at the budget again and compare where we are and what we've got, and there might be some opportunity to, you know, fill in some gaps or use some of this monies and to cover some of the projections that we have in our budget. So I don't see us solving this today, and I don't know how important it is that we solve it today because there's a lot of factors here. But to me, it looks like there's some monies available there that we could use to offset some projects that are in our budget. Is that correct? And is it something that we can push off until we've had another budget discussion?
So I go to Madam Clerk, but I'm sorry, I'm looking at Madam CAO. So that's who pardon me, Madam CAO. But that's why I asked the question in terms of submission deadline. And I thought I heard March 15th, and I know this is a big report in front of us. So and there's been some grand solutions for utilizing this intake. So very, very much appreciate what members of council have contributed thus far. Madam CAO, could you shed some more light on this?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And the director can help me here, but my understanding of the application process is we have to identify how we have spent or allocated the funds from the very first release of this grant, which is a component of the application due March 15th. So we do need to make some decisions because we won't have another budget meeting before that March 15th deadline.
I think we might be having a meeting. I don't know. I'll just slightly put that out there. Councillor Shea, I believe you still have the mic. Would you like it?
Did you say I do?
Yeah, I thought you were
I have
complete.
a follow-up. In the application that is going in March 15th, are specific projects being identified? Is there an amount that's being requested?
So Madam CAO or Director Mike?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And to Councillor Shea, yes, we do need to identify what we've spent the money on or what we intend to spend the money on.
Sorry, that's you're talking about the previous grant that we received.
That's correct. That's right.
That will allow us to apply for a future grant.
That will allow us, that is a component of intake 2 that we advise the province how we spent well, there's been 3 intakes actually, because our organizational review was a special grant. That's not captured here. This is the money from the very first release, I believe when COVID first hit. Is that March of last year? I'm trying to recall. Yeah.
My question was, we are currently applying for another grant on March 15th. Do we know what we're applying for?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Shea. Yes, this grant, we are applying under the review stream, so it would be for an operations review.
All right, Councillor Shea?
Yes, I mean, I think we're kind of shoehorning things in here. We're being asked to describe how these funds were spent, and we're going back and retroactively assigning these expenses to this. The purpose of the grant was modernization and efficiency, and we have undertaken a number of things that do that, and they show up in this list. But there are a number of things on this list which I don't think properly fit within the mandate. I think some of Councillor Hamilton's suggestions fit more relevantly. I don't know if the province will consider that when they're assessing our submission. So I do think that we need to prioritize this list. We now have a list that has more items in it than the total that was received. So I think we need to prioritize. I think we have to either roll up our sleeves and spend like a good 45 minutes right now, or have a subsequent meeting to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam CAO, any comment on that?
That's through you, Madam Mayor. Of course, my preference would be that decisions are made today so that we have a little bit of time to complete the grant. There, you can't, they do take a bit of time, but if council feels that they need more time, I will leave that to your discretion.
Okay, I just wanted to double check. Councillor Hutchinson, was there any comments that you had?
Well, no, I'm just
Okay.
looking through my budget sheet here just to get an idea of if there's any projects other than the ones that have been mentioned. So like I said, we're into budget and we need to make a decision. I understand that the staff has given us some suggestions, and maybe that's fine, but maybe there's something else that would help get our levy down, which is where I'm coming from. So that's it for me.
Okay, then I'm going to go to Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And yeah, we're conscious of the time to business at the meeting that we're in. So is it a possibility to have a special council meeting to address the funding sooner than later? I believe this is due really soon. It's due in less than 2 weeks. Is that something that's possible so that we could specifically work on this? It does seem like a budget issue. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Well, thank you. And I'm quite frankly, I agree with that. And that I kind of thought that's the direction that we were discussing here. And because the deadline is the 15th, this is a huge report. There's a lot of questions or how we want to allocate it. I'm suggesting that we might need more time. And then how can we, if that is the will of this council, whether we're able to quickly deal with a date. And I know that's not usually the way it goes at a council meeting, but we might have to just have a quick poll in terms of additional meeting time. And if we're thinking that it is a 45-minute discussion, and if we allocate an hour of our time dedicated to this matter prior to the 15th, to give the staff enough time to put that application together, I think it's prudent. Anyway, that's food for thought on that. Councillor Hamilton, did you want to say anything further? Because I do see Councillor Townsend's hand is up.
No, that's a good flight path for me. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm wondering if there isn't a way we can get through this today. So for example, we have the 90,000 in the police radio equipment update that's already been identified as coming out of reserve. So it would basically be a deposit to reserve. So if we replace that with some of the ones that have already come up, and I'm not sure, are you actually 100% committed to what comes up through this, Madam CAO? So if you do this list, and let's say you take the 90,000, distribute it over 3 other things smaller, are we committed to doing that? Or if we discover along the way that something should be replaced because another priority item, comes up, are we allowed to do that after the fact?
Interesting question. Madam CAO?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. That is an interesting question. I will ask the treasurer to assist, but I mean, the province has been incredibly easy to work with through these times. And, our municipal services assistant, or whatever their titles are, has been quite helpful. When I read the language that what has been committed or has been allocated, I think they'd like the list to be as accurate and committed as possible. But if something was to come up that is an opportunity, I don't think the province would stand in our way.
Anything to add, Director Mighton?
No, I concur with the CAO.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. So what I was thinking is these could be identified as pre-COVID and support of COVID, or still moving along through our efficiencies and modernization path. I mean, some of them do that. If you look at your accessibility conversion software, you look at your TUM rooms and your phone system, like those are likely to stay. So you're not likely to get too much that will change. And from some of the other things that have come up, perhaps we could very quickly look at them and say, are there any obvious ones that would fit into the 90,000? Or is there something else? Like when I look at the phone system upgrade, if you throw the library in there, there's one off the list, right? It's gone. It's another building. And does that help you get there? Is that still enough money? So if we kind of look at them that way, then you might be able to say, I can get to the number, I can show what I'm there, and you can still make the 15th, and we don't yet have to have another meeting because we're pretty confident. And maybe a statement that says this is what was identified. COVID may come back and surprise us. We may end up swapping a few things out, because of that. That's normal. I would hope that they don't see that as a major deal, because some of these would have been delayed because of COVID, right? So I guess it's partially how you think you can present it, but you're in the application detail, we're not, right? We're looking at it from the outside in, which is why I'm asking that. And if we could do that, that may help you move on and not have to get delayed and rush your last bit, which might mean you don't do as adequate a job as you feel you need to do, right?
Okay,
Anyway,
where
I'll
are we
leave
at?
that with you for comment if you have any, so.
Where are we at, Madam CAO?
So thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for that. As I stated, I think Councillor Hamilton has proposed some interesting topics that if it really is, swapping this for that, I think we could get there today. And it would really be helpful for staff to be able to have that. This is a major piece of the application. And, the rest of the story is easy for me to tell because I believe in it passionately. I need this nuts and bolts piece taken care of. So, if that is possible, I'd appreciate it. But if council really feels that they need time to consider options, I respect that.
Okay, let's go. How does council wish to deal with it? Do you want to proceed and see if we can address this today and not have a meeting? Or do you feel you need the time to have a meeting? So I'm going to, what I'd like to do is just ask members of council for that. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I guess one of my questions is what items on this agenda can we move to the next, can we move forward? That's what we need to identify now. What else is before us that would be priority? Because we do have another meeting at 4:30. So I just want, that would be my question. Thank you.
So with that, I see the merit in that in terms of making a decision in terms of whether we move ahead today or another meeting. Clerk Sherbeck, Madam CAO, are there items that can be addressed on the next council meeting? Or are these items that we should address? I wonder if that could be addressed because I'd like to get a consensus from members of council if they want to move on to discuss this at 3:24, recognizing we have another meeting at 4:30, and I know you know that, but we do have other items on this agenda that need to be addressed. That is the reality of it. So I'm just looking for an input from our clerk and CAO at this point.
Through Madam Mayor, I'll go first, and then the clerk can support me or add. The last two CAO reports are really just for your information. The municipal operations update regarding COVID operations is truly a historical document. It's a moment in time. So that could certainly be discussed at another meeting. And the final report is about correspondence and a communications protocol. There again, some of the items in that report are initiatives that have been implemented or are pending within the next week or two. So nothing time sensitive with either of those reports.
Thank you. And Clerk Sherbeck, I wonder if you could just address dealing with the bylaws and the balance of the agenda for us.
Through your worship, I agree with the CAO that 16.62 and 16.6.3 can easily be brought forward on a future agenda. They're not time sensitive. I would recommend that the bylaws 11, 12, and 13 be passed. It don't take much time. The discussion has already happened for those items. The Lamlash Hall caretaker is just a housekeeping matter, really. And we could move forward if it's council's wish, the notice of motion dealing with supporting the town of Baldwin. And that would finish up our meeting today if we move those items forward and only address the bylaws. But we do have a motion moved and seconded to receive this report. So before we jump into another motion to defer items, if we could address that motion, that would be great.
Thank you for keeping us procedurally correct. And I thank you also both Madam CEO and Madam Clerk for the assessment of the items remaining on this agenda. Okay, members of council, you have it in context in terms of how we can address the other items. And how do you wish to proceed with the item at hand? So that answered Deputy Hutchinson's issued. Do you have anything further, Deputy, before I move on and ask the other members of council?
Yeah, well, there was one other question that I had. I just wanted to check on that, obviously on the time there, but how many of these items on this list, and I could go back in my records, but how many of these have we been working on and trying to bring forward every year? Has it been some of these projects from 2 years, and we're now just finding a spot to put them before adding more to it? Are they? I'd just like to know, like, anything that's on here that's been listed by the staff is some of this stuff that we've requested last year or 2 years ago.
Madam CIO?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Deputy, for the question. As I look at the list, I know that the item at the bottom of the list, the software for reporting, surveys, community engagement, and an intranet, that was envisioned to be part of the website upgrade scope. However, our budget did not allow us to do any of those modules. So I would propose that that's something that we would really like to move forward on, particularly as we launch our our customer service strategy. There's a few others that would speak to truly modernization and efficiency enhancements. I can let the treasurer talk about those, particularly with tax, water, and payroll software modules. Not one of the biggest ticket items, but I think it would have the most impact for sure. And the Office 360 software, that's something that I'd appreciate if the director could comment on that.
Director Maiton.
Yeah, so the Office 365 item, looking at moving our email away from the Zimber platform onto Office 365, and then also upgrading our Office platform. We're currently on a 2013 platform for our Microsoft Office suite. So looking at updating that, it would, that from my understanding with the 365, no matter what device you would log in on, then you would have access to your email and your Office suite then. The online tax, water payment, pet license modules, people could look up their accounts. The payroll, time entry, looking at submitting that directly to try to save time with the manual entry by our administrative staff. So that would look to moving that forward. Some of the council chamber technology and the eScribe meeting enhancements. Council spoke of the online voting and some of the other modules that they would like to look into on the eScribe platform, and looking forward to the day when we are all back in chambers. Do we get additional microphones? Right now we share in between, but if we have to have the plexi in between all of the councillors and having their own mics, is some of the COVID impacts, are there going to be long-term implementations in there? So looking at sort of what does that look like on a permanent basis to make sure that we can efficiently run those meetings when we are all able to get together. I don't know if there was any other questions on that.
Anything further, Councillor?
No,
Deputy.
No, thank you. No, I just wanted to make sure that we're not dropping things that we asked to have done over the last 2 years to simply put something else in because we've got, you know, some different ideas coming forward. So if the projects that we've been trying to support, we couldn't financially handle it and they've been put on the back burner. Now we have an opportunity to do it because we found some funding. I think we need to execute those decisions that we made some time ago to stay the course. And obviously there are some recommendations that the staff are brought forward that would help and assist their positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Further members of council? Looks like we're trying to address this report as we're currently dealing with it, and then we'll address the other matters on the next agenda. Councillor Townsend.
Yes, if I go through the list that was just there, I think there's only like 5 or 6 different items that you didn't mention, you know, to do. So the discussion becomes very focused. For example, we didn't do the tom rooms, whether or not that's supposed to remain. That's a document management. Would you like to keep that?
That is one of the items that the clerk, in order to move the platform forward and actually be usable, we do need further investment in the tom rooms. Yeah.
Okay, so that one remains. So then you get the phone system. And it sounds like that would address more than just the scope you had if we include the library. So does that make sense?
I think we were looking at reducing that back down to the 50. So hopefully within that, I don't know how far that'll go, but
okay,
at
so
least
that's
there
the
was a
first-
suggestion that it be reduced to 50 again. So I'm not
Okay.
sure where we're at.
Okay, so do that, and then that gives you 50,000, and then you come up with electronic sign update. Are we still going with that from a communication priority?
That I'm looking for council direction. We've heard that you've been frustrated and the public's been frustrated with the sign not working and the lack of it not being able to communicate out in that format. So looking at trying to bring that back into one of our communication methods. But if it's not the wish of council, we're just looking for direction.
Okay,
Some of these
so-
items are things that council has brought up and we're trying to just tag them and move stuff forward.
Okay, so let's assume that's still in. Your phone system is giving you 50,000. So then you get waste management study, which sounds like we're gonna have to do something anyway. Is that a fair assessment? Or is that something that we can forgo?
Again, looking for your direction to see what projects you want to move forward. We have applied for FCM funding, but we're at a standstill right now as to whether that is going to be approved.
Councillor Townsend.
Yep.
If I might, I can just give a bit of information, and that is at the county committee of the whole meeting last week, a recommendation was passed that county staff apply for funding that would address a feasibility study with a consultant to look at waste management and waste diversion opportunities at the county level. And certainly that's first step in review. So I just wanted to mention that at this point because it's just a waste management issue. So it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to impact on what we're doing here. I just felt the need to provide that information to council. You have
Right.
the mic.
Okay, so what I'm trying to figure out is that a critical function like the other ones we've mentioned have some business case there? It seems to be important. There's a, you know, an efficiency or a significant gain to doing them. So if waste management isn't, and the fire dispatch technology update, right, are the only two we haven't done. So far we've taken the police out because it's already from the reserve. We take out 50,000 out of the phone system. Even if we leave waste management and fire dispatch, you still have 140,000 that we put those against the other ones and come up with which ones. Now I'm trying to limit the discussion to what comes out, what funds do we have to get to reallocate, and then which ones do we reallocate them to, rather than go through every item one by one. What we did very quickly is just say, well, here's where those others were helpful, and they all make sense. So let's leave them and let's figure out what we got left. So we got 50 out of the phone and 90 out of police is what it sounds like. So how can we reallocate the 140 and then move ahead? So I'm trying to fast track it in a short way that gets the priority stuff done, and we figure out what the next priorities are.
Any
Madam
comment?
CEO, I think.
Madam CAO.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Townsend. Your assessment is accurate. And I missed the fire dispatch. That has already been committed. That 45,000 represents the one-time fee to consolidate the system. So that would be an appropriate use of this funding as well. So so you're right. You know, if the 90 is being taken care of a different way, and we're reverting back to a different version of the phone system, then the 140, I think some of those projects that Councillor Hamilton raised, you know, maybe it's time to sort of look at if those could fit under that 140 umbrella.
And one last comment, if you don't mind, Madam Mayor. If in fact we turn around and say that we can only come up with 100, then maybe the 40 goes back into the phone system, right? Otherwise, we may have to find some of that out of our other grant, which is, you know, if waste management gets handled through grant, then we move that money up to the phone or whatever the case may be. But at least it gets us moving through to something you can stand behind in your intake 2 application. Okay, that's all the comments I had. Thanks.
Thank you. And I just want to draw Councillor Shea, both Councillor Shea and I serve as members on the Police Services Board. I do know at our last meeting, there was I believe at the last meeting, some discussion that when the police chair and another member of the board will be presenting the budget to council for consideration, there, I believe they were thinking of including an opportunity if there was any funding available that would be appropriate. So I just want to mention that at this point as info. All right, who else has a question? And what is our pathway forward? Councillor Hutchinson, then Councillor Shea.
So just a question with the sign, the 40,000 for the sign. I know we had a discussion before that thing's not working the way it should, and maybe the location isn't right. We talked possibly moving it down towards the police station would be, where it's more visible in town and whatnot. So maybe that's something we defer for another year until we've got things rolling down there and we end up moving that sign to a better location. So I'll throw that out there that maybe we don't need to put 40,000 into it, especially if we're going to move it. The other thing is I'd be in favor of putting some monies towards our electric ice resurfacer in Eaton, which we have some money going into reserve. So maybe that's an opportunity. I think any other monies we can do to help with decrease the budget, as I said, would be beneficial. I don't know if I really am in favor of putting more money towards the library. We did give the library $75,000 in the budget, right? So I think there's other areas in the budget that we can help to bring our numbers down without you know, using it for library this time. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I hope staff are keeping tabs, because I'd be looking for a summary in terms of how council is dealing with this. Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you. So Councillor Townsend identified, I believe it was 40,000 in 140,000 in possible flexible amounts. So I'm just looking at some expenses. If we looked at the speed signs being around 30,000, a climate action plan being around 50,000, and a new pickup truck for the chief being around 60,000, I think that gets us there. So maybe we could put those 3 items in place of the items that Councillor Townsend had advocated taking out. I was also thinking that pickup truck for the fire, we should consult with the chief to see if he would entertain a hybrid, just to further strengthen the sense of modernization and efficiency, and also to keep it more in line with our climate emergency declaration. So I'm just trying to propose a possible path forward by identifying those 3 items.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
And I would support the idea of not including the electric sign. I just don't like that sign. But anyway, I would support that. And if council, even if it was just for this year, we weren't considering it, that would free up an additional $40,000. And so I would like council to consider on Elmwood's capital plan. They have the idea of replacing their lights with interior lights with LED lights. So there'd be efficiencies, obviously, and that would be at a cost of about $6,300. And I would like council to consider some of the ideas coming from the library as it's making them more able to adapt to COVID situations right now. So the total of all those different ideas I shared is $39,500. However, if we were to remove the local history database update, the total would be much less. It would be, just one moment. It'd be $24,500 of funding would provide lending laptops for the community hotspots, audio video equipment for programming, which is being utilized for all the programs on Zoom and FaceTime, upgrading old computer screens, upgrading the phone system to link all three buildings together. That was only about $4,000, or perhaps we can achieve that through what we're doing with the telephone upgrades. So I just put that to council's consideration that we could fit in those library and Elmwood needs if we take out the electric sign. Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking for, and I thank you very much, Councillor, and all other members of council for contributing very well to this report. We need to get really focused now. If the goal is to address this issue today, and then I'm going to use the other issues will be put onto another meeting. I'll need a motion to that effect, and then to pass the bylaws. I'm looking to really get focused here. So I'm looking to staff in focusing on these issues to get us through this. Director Mighton.
Just a question with the Elmwood Community Center, since that is a joint board, what would our share of, like, half of that project be? We wouldn't be funding 100% of the cost on there.
Good question.
Thank you, Director Maiden. And I did have a question about that. Would council be willing just to fund the project outright? And then perhaps in turn, Brockton would consider funding at another time that there's a grant. That's, I don't know if we're allowed to do that, but otherwise the total estimated cost is $6,500. So you would divide that by 2. That would be $3,250 would be our share if we were to ask Brockton to contribute. But I was wondering if council would consider just funding it outright through our grant. Thank you.
Okay, Madam CAO, this is your report, and and I know you had support from our clerk and our Director of Finance and Treasurer. I'd really like to get focused on this so members of council are clear in terms of what is in and what is out, and if we have the ability to address it now, that would be fantastic. If not, then we'll have to look at something else. But I want to make sure that council is very clear on what they're addressing and if they are supportive of what's been proposed. Madam CAO.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. In regard to the Elmwood item, I don't have confidence that we would be eligible to provide funding to a municipality outside our borders under this program. So I think to be cautious, we should fund half of that. And I'm more than happy to speak to the CAO at Brockton. They've come to the table on other occasions, and I'm pretty sure that they could find $3,250 or whatever that math is. I heard calculators punching. From my tally, it looks like we're almost at decision time, Madam Mayor. If we are pulling the 90,000 for the police system, we're putting back the phone system to 50,000. We're taking away the 40,000 for the signs. Councillor Shea's 3 items came to the 140, and we still have 40,000. that would be available because of the electronic sign. We still have the ice resurfacer on the table as an option. And if we're looking at $3,500 for Elmwood, and then whatever council would like to do for the library, although Councillor Hutchinson's comment probably needs to be explored, just exactly how much more support we're giving to all of these. So I think we're just about there, and I'll go to the treasurer. Thank
So
you.
you're suggesting we have 40,000 to earmark at this point.
I've got us down to about 12,250,
To
which
earmark,
if
yeah.
we are including the library in on our phone system, we may need more than $50,000 for that. So that would accomplish something with the library, even though I think because that, oh, and then that would be also using then the 24,500 for the various items in there. So that's your discussion, whether you want to use, well, I wasn't sure whether the 24,500 for the library was in or if it was out. But I'm not sure how much the phone system will be, but it may be higher bringing that in.
So, and I just want to be clear of what is in at this point and what we still need to make a determination on, which is you're suggesting the library component of it. So I wonder if you could be clear on what is in, and then I'll ask council if that is okay, and then what we still need to make a determination on, and we can look at that. I think that's the easiest.
Yep, sure. So we've got, right now the phone system is down to $50,000. We've taken out the electronic sign. We have put 50,000 in for the climate action plan. We have taken out the $90,000 towards the police radio system update. 60,000 in for the fire truck, the police or the pickup truck for the fire chief, possibly a hybrid. And we've put 30,000 in for traffic speed signs. So then that gets us to 36,750. So that's what you want to do with the rest of that.
So first of all, members of council, are we in agreement with the itemized listing and the dollar allocation that Director Mighton has identified for this part? So Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Robertson, and I'm going to support a statement that was made earlier that, yeah, the library, we've already done 75, but we're talking throwing, what was it, Director Mighton, another 36 into that? Is that what I'm adding up?
No, right now the library is not in the consideration.
Well, I heard 24.5.
That would have been the amount that, without the historical database.
But is that in on these numbers?
That's I'm looking for direction on.
Okay, that's, I'm sorry, I heard you say it, so, okay. Yeah, if go ahead, you wanted to.
So just the itemized, the listing and the associated dollar amount, the dealing with the library is a bit later, a deputy. Okay, council, so you're fine with it, deputy?
I'll have to wait, Mayor Robinson. I'm sorry, I was trying to write down what the director, but I'll catch on. Go ahead.
Okay, fair enough. I do see Councillor Hutchinson. You had your hand up.
Yeah, again, I come back to, I'd like to see us put some money towards the ice resurfacer. $50,000 for the climate action plan. Is that, do we know that number, or is that just a number we just guessed at, or I'm just wondering. Anyways, anything, again, we got $55,000 on our capital budget that we're putting in for the ice resurfacer. If we can get that down a bit, that'd be great. Or we have $30,000 we're putting in ball diamond lights. We're upgrading ball diamond lights, which is, you know, modernization, I guess. That would be another option. But anyways, those are two of my suggestions. What's left?
Okay. Is there any other member of council that wishes to speak to this itemized list and the dollar figure attached? Councillor Townsend?
And going back to your original question, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if you included the the LED lights, the speed signs, the pickup and the climate action. I think that was your original one. I'm okay with that. It would be really good if we could knock off part of the ice surfacer. I agree with Councillor Hutchinson. And the alternative would be, you know, either library or something else that we can offset the like the ball diamond lights or whatever. But I guess if we come down to 2 or 3 choices there, then that might help us get to a resolution. And the ice surface, you can actually top up whatever's left. And I think Director Mighton said it was 36,500, right? So that means you just put it in the one and you don't worry about the rest, and kind of go from there.
Okay, so we've got the 36,750 that Director Mighton has listed. Is there, what I'd like to do is if members of council are okay with that, then there's still the balance to deal with the ice surfacer and anything else you wish to bring forward. Is that correct, Director Mighton? Just trying to itemize these things.
Yep, we've got 36,750 that has yet to be allocated towards the ones we've added in, the LED, our share 3250, fire truck pickup, the traffic signs, and the climate action plan are the add-ins. The takeaways, we had reduced the phone system, removed the electronic sign, and removed the police radio update. So that was the takeaways. So we are looking for 36,750
left.
Yeah.
Okay, so out of the listing that Director Mighton has provided us, are we okay on that? Okay, I'm seeing head shake. Good, that's great. Now we have a balance left. How does that need to be allocated? And then I'm going to look for a motion from a mover and seconder on this. So, or Clerk Sharbeck, how do we deal with this?
There's a motion on the floor
Right.
to receive the report, right? So
thank you.
We just need to find a spot for that 36,000. It sounds like possibly a nice resurfacer.
It does. It does, but let's see. Anyway, we're making really great progress, and thank you for that the motion on the floor. We're almost there. Okay, so we've dealt with so many items. What's next? We've got the balance of the 36 and change. How are we dealing with this? Councillor Shea, you've got your hand up.
So I propose that we accept the idea that is widely circulating, that we invest the rest in a reserve for an electric ice resurfacer in Ayton. Putting something into a reserve counts, right, Carrie? In terms of allocating?
We'll try it, sure.
Okay.
So with that proposal, members of council, how does that suit? Or you could shake your head or thumbs up or have a different reaction altogether in the negative. Okay, I'm seeing we've got, I'm going to see consensus. And it was worth the discussion. There was a lot to this, even though it was a most efficient report in its language. Okay, so we're all clear on that. Madam CAO, other than calling the vote on receipt, do you need anything further from us as this is your report?
Through Madam Mayor, no, thank you. And thank you very much, Council. This is extremely helpful.
Okay. All right. I think, Madam Clerk, we're at the point where could you please read the motion at hand and I'll call the vote.
Through you, Your Worship, moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Shea, that Council receives the report, CAO, Municipal Modernization Program, Intake 2 for information.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. That motion does carry. I know we have a meeting at 4:30. There's a few things that we need to do. I'm wondering if we could have a motion saying that the COVID-19 municipal operations update and the correspondence distribution protocol can be put to the next council meeting. Is there a mover for that motion? And Clerk Sharbeck, is that clear enough in the language?
Through you, your worship, I guess there's a couple of things left.
Oh,
There's
right.
2 reports and a notice of motion and new business, that those items be moved forward to or deferred to the March 16th meeting.
Could
Would
you
be the
say it all
recommendation.
again then, please? Thank you for your assistance in that.
The recommendation would be that, I'm just looking for the item numbers. Items 16.6.2 and 16.6.3 and 18 be moved or be deferred to the March 16th regular council agenda.
Thank you for bundling all that together in a motion. I was going to do that separately, but this is more efficient. Councillor Shea, I believe you were going to move it. Is that still the case?
Yes, I'll move that.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you seconding?
Yes, as Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
Questions? All those in favor, raise your hand. 6 members of council voted in favor of that. That motion carries. So we're going to deal now with item 17 bylaws, 17.1, which is 11-2021 Lamlash Hall Caretaker Agreement. Clerk Sharbuck, could you read the recommendation?
Through you, your worship, the recommendation is that bylaw 11-2021, being a bylaw to authorize an agreement with Rebecca Becker for the position of caretaker for the Lamlash Hall, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Townsend, I'm moving the motion.
I see Councillor Hutchinson. Are you seconding that motion?
Yes, I second the motion.
Questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion carries. Item 17.2, which is 12-2021, Newstat Normanby Carrick Agricultural Society Agreement. Clerk Sharbuck, could you read the motion, recommendation?
Through you, Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that bylaw 12-2021, being a bylaw to authorize an agreement with the Newstead Normanby Carrick Agricultural Society respecting the use of the Newstead Arena and Newstead Community Hall as amended, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Thank you. Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
This is Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I will move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
I'll second the motion.
Is there any questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. The last bylaw is the confirming bylaw 17.3. So the bylaw number is 13-2021, confirming bylaw. Clerk Sharbuck, would you read the recommendation?
Through you, Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that bylaw 13-2021, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Are you moving this motion?
I move the motion.
Seconder? Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I second the motion.
Questions? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. We're moving through to item 19 now because 18 is going to be addressed at a different meeting. Clerk Sharbuck, we've addressed the addendums in the revised agenda. Is there anything further?
There are no further addendums, Your Worship.
Thank you. Item 20 is closed session incomplete items only. That is an NA. Item 21, matters arising from the closed session. That is an NA. And now we are on item 22, question period. Supervisor Hewlett, could you please identify if there's anyone that wishes to participate in the question period?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Members of the public wishing to participate in comment period may do so in a number of ways. If you have joined us using the online meeting software, you can send a chat message to myself, either with your question or stating that you would like to speak. Sorry. The chat message you would send to myself, Cody Hewlett, Recreation Supervisor. Alternatively, if you have joined us over the phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand and we can unmute you at the mayor's request. Just taking a quick review of everything, Mayor Robinson, there's no members of the public wishing to speak at this time that I can see.
All right, well, thank you for that. Item 23 then, Municipal Act notices. Clerk Sharbeck, is that an NA or is there some?
There are no notices at this time.
Thank you. So we are on item 24, adjournment. I would ask Clerk Sharbeck to read the recommendation.
Through you, the recommendation is that we do now adjourn at 4:02 p.m. to meet again today on March 2nd at 4:30 p.m.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving the motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'm moving the motion.
Seconder, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson? Are you seconding?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll second the motion.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. That motion does carry. Thank you very much for a most stimulating agenda discussion. We certainly had a lot of items to get through, and we have done that. And we also have some items that will be put forward. I do want to remind all members of council that we have a special council meeting beginning at 4:30 p.m. today. Councillor Hutchinson, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I'm just curious, are we using the same Zoom link? I'm just looking for a Zoom number and I don't see it.
Very good question. Madam CAO or Clerk Sharbeck, if we go into our website and into the calendar, is there an ability to click in on the agenda at that point, or is there something else that needs to be done?
Through Madam Mayor, if I may, the closed session agenda was circulated, and I believe it's a different Zoom link on that. I'm happy to send that to council if that would be helpful.
Yeah, send it all to all members of council. It just makes it a lot easier. I'm also going to check.
Sure.
I expect that it is on the posted on our calendar, and that's to me, for me anyway, that's the easiest connect. But also awareness for our citizens. That was a very good question, Councillor Hutchinson. All right, everybody, I'll see you in a very short period of time. Please enjoy the time that you do have before we come back. Thank you so